Welcome to tonight's City Council special meeting for Monday, March 13th. Are you able to hear me? Yep. All right, perfect. I now call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Member Anderson?
Present.
Member Newnenkamp?
Present.
Member Russell?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Present.
Member Wink?
Present.
Member Woodward?
Present.
Mayor Sierra?
Present.
Let the record show all 7 members are present.
Thank you. And if anyone does need to use the restroom tonight, we do have the restroom available within the former MOA building. But from what I'm hearing, the water is not working within the faucets. So we are asking people to use the washrooms in the trailers downstairs. So did I get that correct, City Manager, if he's still here? Yeah. All right, perfect. All right, and everyone, I am a little bit under the weather tonight. I will try to tough it out for the entire evening. If not, Mayor Pro Tem, I kind of gave you advance notice that there may be a point in time tonight that I may have to step away, but we'll see. And with that, everyone, we have one study session item for tonight. We have quite a few folks here with us tonight. We got, for the Code Nest project, we have Chris Brewster's online with Multi-Studio, Mr. Ashby with Ayres Associates, Molly Fitzpatrick with Root Policy Research, and Project Manager Bryan Isham here to present an update to the City Council on Code Next. Mr. Isham, did you want to kick us off?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is our 7th study session that we've worked through on items from the UDC. This is the 3rd study session we've worked on items related to housing. So most of this is kind of catch up items that we've heard from, and then some follow-up items that we still have some questions on. So with that, I'll let Matt and Chris kick it off, and we're here at any point in time during the presentation to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chris Brewster with Multi-Studio. I'm the project manager for this project for our team, and I'm happy to have Brian and Molly along with us. I have a brief presentation, then we'll get to your discussion. The presentation is really want to cover 3 things. One, a little bit of the project background so everyone has an understanding of how we got to the point we're at. As Brian mentioned, a lot of the presentation is also a recap and confirmation of things we've heard from discussion from you all. And so things that give us the whole picture of the perspective of things we're changing with respect to housing. And then the last portion of it is to circle back to some of the key things that have been discussed by you all that we'll need final direction on, or at least further direction on what to come back to you with. And throughout that, there are some things that we want to confirm, and we have some options built into the presentation. So with that, is the presentation up in the room?
We do have it up in the room. I don't think that you have a copy. There you go.
Okay, yeah, now I have it now. Okay, next slide, please. So this is just an overview of our overall engagement strategy, which Matt and Ayres helped us lead. That goes way back to February of last year, where we did some in-person meetings and some work sessions and then some online engagement. And that was all building also off of your code assessment that was done in 2019 through 2021, which also had a lot of public engagement. So these issues have been discussed in the community for quite a while, and we think we have a lot of good input, and we're approaching a point where we're ready to make our formal recommendation, although nothing tonight is in that format. Next slide, please. These are the status we're at is we have an initial draft of the full code. That was broken out from February to this point. That was broken out into these 4 major topics, of which housing and neighborhood design was the one we probably spent the most time on, and legitimately so. And we're going to continue to spend more time on it tonight and going forward. But there's a look at some of the meetings where some of these issues have been discussed as well that Bryan mentioned. So it was not only the work sessions with you all, steering committee meetings, and all the way going back to the engagement in February and through May of last year. Next slide, please. So with housing, again, to recap the three major work sessions with you all that we had are on the screen there. So we've talked about a lot of these issues, but this will be the first time that we present them in sort of the full scope. The approach we took was we wanted to take approach to a wide range of building types and how do we allocate them across all of your residential districts. So R1 districts, of which you have 3, R2 districts, of which you have 2 different ones, and the mixed use MUR3 districts, of which you also have 3. The recommendations and the confirmation of things we're going to discuss tonight are presented in that format. I've grouped all of our topics under each of those major categories. So we're going to proceed through R1, R2, and then the MUR3 districts. And then we'll circle back to some of the key questions in the R1 districts that we have for most of the discussion for tonight. Next slide. So this is a map showing the R1 districts. They go from lower intensity to higher intensity, R1A being the lowest intensity, and R1C being the highest, and R1B in the middle. So you get an indication of the extent and the areas we're looking at with the R1 districts. Next slide. So the first key change in this district is the expansion of ADUs. We've done several things to lower some of the barriers to that, including making them, right now, they're only eligible in R1C, so making them eligible in R1A and B. Allowing an internal ADU, which you currently do not allow that. And then allowing a second ADU on lots of 6,000 square feet or greater if you have one of them internal. So you could have an attached and a detached. And then removing the parking requirement. And then last time what was discussed was removing the owner occupancy requirement. And there was some discussion amongst you all of several different options with that. The one thing that's not on this slide that we mentioned is we're also looking at the scale and size of that. You've had a lot of discussion on that aspect as well. And so we'll be coming back with a recommendation on that. The one thing we have left unanswered that we can perhaps circle back to when we get to discussion, or if you want to do it at this point, that's fine too, is on that owner occupancy. We did discuss with staff if it's possible to sunset that, as was brought up by one of the council members, that maybe that owner occupancy requirement is only for a 10-year period, and after it's built and established, that then perhaps that we could let that go after a 10-year period, and staff thought that was a possible strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. Actually, I do believe it's best to go through the entire presentation. We'll circle back on questions.
That sounds great. Continue, next slide, please. The second big change we're recommending in the R1 districts is the broader application of smaller lots. One of the things your code currently allows for all of these lot sizes that are shown on the screen there, the ones that are indicated in the L on the table. However, they do so by just simply grandfathering ones that are existing. And these lots usually exist on the end grains of blocks or alley adjacent. And so we're suggesting that that's a good and viable pattern to get smaller housing types, neighborhood scale housing types integrated in. And so we're recommending that those be allowed in each district. And you can see some of the benefits to that there. It allows a similar yield to what you're discussing on the 2 to 4 unit buildings. So in other words, a conversion of a lot into 2 or 3 units is possible. They will be smaller scale buildings because of the lot size and the setbacks. And then we're suggesting a reduced height limit for those as well. And then having them be location limited. So I mentioned it's not throughout those districts, but only in strategic points. So we think there's some benefits to that. And then the last part is that they're more likely to be owner occupied because of the configuration of them as independent fee simple lots, whereas in multi-unit buildings, sometimes that can be a challenge. And we'll talk about that in a bit. Next slide, please. So each of these, I'm going to conclude each of the districts with a summary of the affordability implications. And Molly, you can jump in if you care to, but really for the R1 districts, we have no specific affordability incentives or bonuses with where we're at to this point. For those things that I just mentioned, they would simply provide what's thought of as naturally occurring affordability. In other words, by providing a different unit type, and different size and scale, that perhaps we're hitting different price points, and over the longer term and over the breadth of the city that we can begin to have some affordability mixed in that way. Next slide, please. Moving on to the R2 districts, you can see we're narrowing in to more of the central part of the city. These are mainly transition areas off the Broadway corridor. R2A and R2B, with R2A being the lesser intense, currently only allows up to 2-unit buildings, and R2B being a little more intense, it allows multi-unit buildings 3+. Next slide, please. So our key recommendations here, which we think will broaden housing opportunities, is the first is to reduce the minimum lot size per unit. There's currently a 3,000 square foot per unit lot size requirement. And we're suggesting bringing that down to 1,500 square feet for some building types and 2,000 for others. The reason for that is we think the greater lot size is actually leading to some of the problems we found least favorable amongst the public. Some of the really larger scale buildings that appear larger than what's around them. And our suspicion is that's because of the larger lot basis to get the number of units is leading to more buildable area, and therefore the units and buildings themselves are appearing larger. So somewhat counterintuitively, by bringing that down and actually then having a maximum lot size, we think we can get smaller or at least equally sized buildings that have more units in them. So there would be some attainability bonus associated with that. Next slide, please. The second thing in the R2 districts is to allow a reduced lot size for the small apartment building. So currently the district, as I mentioned, the 3,000 square foot per unit requirement. There's also a 25 foot of frontage requirement. So anything that you get over 4 units is having at least 100 feet of frontage width, so you can kind of see the land area getting larger and larger, and then therefore the larger buildable area, and as a result, the larger scale building. So with this particular building type, similarly, we are allowing for 3 to 12 units, but divorcing the number of units from the scale of the lot, so that we're ensuring a smaller footprint building, similar height and scale, but you could get multiple units in it. So we think there's a benefit to that as well. We see some options with this one. Currently, those are both location limited. So the 2 to 4 unit buildings we're suggesting would be location limited in R1A, and the small apartment building we're suggesting would be location limited in R2A, and the small apartment location limited in R2B. One of the options is to simply remove that location limit, since it is a district plan for multiple units, and then perhaps tie that to an affordability requirement as well. Next slide, please. So these are some of the affordability implications I was just mentioning. So with the research and analysis from Root Policy Research, reducing the parking requirement to a lesser requirement if you have an affordability component, and then allowing either a height bonus or other lot reductions for if you're hitting the 100% AMI for a for sale unit, or if you're hitting 60% AMI for a rental unit. The next slide, please. So moving on to the MUR3 districts. So again, a little more narrow focus, the more intense developed areas, transition areas to your major commercial centers and corridors. So not quite as widely spread, but this is the district's plan for the highest intensity and density of residential units. Next slide, please. So the first advantage is all of those changes I just mentioned in the previous districts are building on each other. So those will all be permitted in these districts as well. They currently, although they can still do all of those building types, they're subject to those same constraints for the most part. So we think there's some advantage there because there are some lots that are built at a lower intensity in those districts. Next slide, please. And then lastly, with the largest scale building, the large apartment building that we're categorizing, we're borrowing from both the MUR3B and MUR3C standards and sort of combining it. Those districts, one of them has a per unit limit on the lot size. So again, subject to that same problem, the more units you have, the larger and larger the lot's getting, which leads to a larger scale building. And then also one of them also has a height limit of up to 60 feet. We're suggesting combining those and not having a per unit lot size requirement, but also capping the height at 40 feet. So we're ensuring smaller scale buildings that fit into the neighborhood. And then that ties into the affordability incentive, which you'll see on the next slide. Next slide, please. So on this one, with the help of Ruth's research analysis and Molly's extensive background in the data, she's suggesting that we could get some fairly good incentives on both a height bonus, anywhere from 1 additional story to potentially 3, depending on the extent of the affordability that's provided in the units. And then the big one again is the parking reduction, which does cut some substantial cost to that. And so we do think there's a opportunity to opt into affordable housing projects that could be built under current market conditions without any financial incentives. And those would be targeted to the MUR3 districts, both A, B, and C. Next slide, please. So that's a recap of all the things we feel like we have good direction on, and we feel, other than the options I mentioned, so we feel we're charting to bring back a draft that has all of those changes in it, unless we hear differently tonight. The last thing we wanted to do was circle back to this issue of allowing the 2 to 4 unit building type in the R1 districts. This is a slide we based our discussion off of last time, of some of the things we need to be prepared for if you do this, and we'll walk through those. But there's just some potential outcomes that we need to be aware of. Largely the idea that some of these lots aren't built to their full extent now, so we would expect some larger volume buildings being built in these locations. Next slide, please. And then this is an illustration of what I mentioned earlier with some of the things we're already allowing in the R1 districts that we think can get to a comparable yield of buildings with the smaller footprint buildings. So these are all things that we've kind of already checked the box on and are moving forward. So the left side of that screen shows that of getting either 2 or 3 units on a typical corner lot and fitting into the neighborhood as well. Next slide. So that leaves us with in these locations, the R1, A, B, and C, getting direction from you on where and how exactly we would want to entertain 2 to 4 unit buildings. So next slide, please. Our first point of confirmation or question is, there's been a few things on the table of, are we dealing with only corner lots or in-grain lots of those areas? And we have some numbers for you there. But at the first threshold, I actually, that's the next, go to the next slide. I went out of order. So that's the second question. The first question, I think, is the obvious one, is we're only allowing these if they are guaranteeing an affordable unit. So it's not that every person would be able to build one of these. It would be people that are opting into this program saying, yes, I would like to build this additional capacity, and in exchange for that, I will guarantee that at least one of the units is affordable at those rates we mentioned earlier. The second question is, are we doing this district-wide, or are we doing this in only strategic locations? Our first brush at this topic was to look at just the end grain and corner lots, and leaving the internal blocks left to single family, although I know there was some discussions with you all on different approaches with that as well. The third element is one that we are adding in since our last discussions with you, and that is, we have been talking about the 2 to 4 unit building as in that multi-unit house, but again, based on those graphics I showed earlier, and based on what we understand as an idea for more owner occupancy, we do think that the row house should be considered as well, because that's one that actually more easily lends itself to owner occupancy, because it's each unit, although attached, are on their own lot, and it's much easier to allow them to subdivide. And we actually have it pre-built into the code that those units can be subdivided and owned independently. So if you are considering this scale of building, it would probably be wise to throw the row house in with that, simply because they will lead to more opportunities for owner occupancy. Next slide, please. And so the last element are all the variations and options that we should consider. Are we thinking of doing this in all R1 districts? And then the last meeting we left off with, well, maybe we treat R1A differently. I think we were talking about possibly larger lot sizes, or a different requirement that keeps the intensity lower. However, with staff and discussion with Molly and Root, we thought that was actually a counterproductive measure, because again, you're pushing back into having a larger land base that the developer will need to capitalize on, and it's going to either compromise affordability or compromise the building scale, or both. So I don't think in the R1A having that different lot size was a good suggestion, or at least some of the things we were exploring weren't leading to the results I think you all are looking for. So that left the fallback option. Well, are we only looking at R1, B, and C? Only R1, C, or is there some other criteria where we would do this based on the comprehensive plan? The comprehensive plan has identified transition areas near where R1 districts are existing near commercial areas or things that are in flux for other reasons. Are we looking at districts based on location to transit or other issues that we'd want to throw on the table? But those are all different ways to filter some of the discussions you had previously. Next slide. And just to round that out, these are the kind of numbers on the number of lots in each district or the number of lots if they are limited to corner locations only. The last thing that I'd like to offer, I don't have the slide up. We kind of thought of this idea after the presentation was created, unfortunately, but we did a comparison of these lot sizes or these lot numbers to the number of lots in the R2 and A and B districts. Because the other thing we wanted to do was make sure we gave you all a comprehensive view of all the things that are changing. And the R2, A, and B districts, if you recall, are mainly planned for these types of building types already. So there's also a substantial number of lots in those districts that we feel could be built to this capacity just based on the things the decisions we've made to this point in the project. Next slide. That concludes. I think I'd like to turn it over to your all's discussion, and we can backtrack into any of the points I may have glossed over a little too quickly, or any questions you might have specifically.
Mr. Brewster, thank you very much for the presentation. We'll start with questions from council before we start giving direction on each individual question that you brought up. Mayor Pro Tem, kick us off.
Question on internal ADU. Is that just a euphemism for duplex conversion?
No, it is not. We view a key distinction there. One of the things I mentioned was the unit size. You currently have a limit on the unit size, and that's the one that we've had some discussion with you all, but not a formal direction. We're going to come back to you with a limit. So it does truly need to be accessory. In other words, it's an accessory means subordinate, so smaller than, or it means less prominent, so not visibly a second unit. So I think there's things in your current code right now which are going to make sure that that second attached unit doesn't convert it into a duplex, and that's our intent, to make sure those standards do that.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. So did I hear you correctly that our comprehensive plan does not dictate all of these changes? Most of the changes we're talking about is because this council has put them on the table. Is that correct?
I wouldn't phrase it that way. I think the comprehensive plan is a general guide. I think it certainly points to housing options being an important thing. And I don't think it necessarily dictates any particular decision of this council. The one thing what I was mentioning was there is guidance in the plan on where things are transitioning and where perhaps we might want to draw some distinctions within certain areas of the city independent of zoning districts. So I just didn't want us to be ignoring some of those guides that your adopted policies suggest we look at.
Okay, so the adopted policies that we had before council began discussing this, did that direction dictate massive increase in density in the city?
I would not phrase it that way either. I think one of the big things that comes through in your plan is to make sure that smaller scale housing options are available and three things are critically important in your plan. Smaller scale housing options, pushing towards more attainable and affordable housing, and maintaining neighborhood character. So those, we have looked throughout this project, we have looked at those three goals in balance.
And can we get a definition of what affordability is?
I'll be repeating what Molly's told me. So Molly, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're taking our cue from some other things that are going on at the state legislature, but essentially an owner occupied home that's at 100% of the area median income. And that means that someone would spend That 100% figure means someone making that income could spend 30% of their total income on housing. If it's a rental property, it's usually between 80% of the AMI or 60% of the AMI. And I'll stop there and let Molly correct me.
Hi, Council. Yes, that is correct. I'll just clarify that in the context of the comprehensive plan, affordability was not defined by specific AMI levels, but rather an acknowledgement that housing should be attainable and affordable to the residents. And so as part of our housing needs assessment, we looked at really where are some of those needs. Those needs in terms of AMI, which is how we benchmark housing programs and housing contracts, those do align pretty well with the AMI targets that are also in Prop 123, and we've tried to align there as well. So there's kind of two ways that we talk about affordability. One is just that it matches the housing costs kind of line up with incomes in terms of, we call that natural affordability. And then the other way that we talk about is when we're talking about contractual agreements on housing affordability. So when we say this would be an option if it provides, 25% of units are affordable, that's kind of a capital A affordability, and that means there is a deed restriction or an income restriction that targets that proportion of units at the specified AMI level. That's not just a, hey, please do this, developer. That is a contractual agreement as part of that. So we kind of bounce around. There's natural affordability, and there's also this kind of capital A affordability, and that's where we get into those AMI targets. So we're shooting for below 60% AMI on the rental side for a lot of the incentives. There are some incentives where we're looking at up to 80% AMI as a cap on the rental, and then up to 100% AMI on the for sale affordability.
Thank you. I do have more questions, but I'll wait.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Brewster. My question is I don't know if we could go back to the slide that had the kind of scale, potential scale for the corner multifamily. Yeah, that one. And I mentioned this at the January meeting when we discussed this. When we were first discussing this, the kind of far right options, this is not the picture that I have ever had in my head, and certainly don't want to aim for allowing that scale of building. What can we add to this to potentially limit the scale of those? When I think about these, I think just from walking around the neighborhood, you see these, kind of quaint little fourplexes on corner lots that are already in existence that I think meet a real market need, but don't disrupt the scale of the neighborhood. What can we do to ensure that we get that scale of building? Because frankly, if this is what we're going to get out of it, then I'm a no on this. We have to be able to bring this scale down a little bit.
Yes, understood. And I think where we had last left off on the design standards was taking a little bit lighter touch to what we're amending to get the scale of the building that's in the lower left. It sometimes can be challenging to write standards to force that outcome because there's always unintended consequences the more design standards you have. So, and then the other thing that's going into this is putting it in simple terms, we stayed with a modified bulk plane standard to your current standards, and that's the one that typically will lead to that upper right building. And one of the problems we pointed out early on was the larger the lot, the larger that tent gets. So the reason we stuck to that current bulk plane was because you had so many small lots where it was working well. And so the larger lots are the ones where it doesn't work as well as we think, and it doesn't lead to the lower left building, and it tends to lead to the more upper right. So it would just involve us getting a little more complex and nuanced with the design standards, kind of solving that challenge. The lower right corner is an interesting one because it's one that's just a 2-story building that maximizes the footprint. So it would meet all the bulk plane, and it would even meet a reduced bulk plane, but just has more of a classic multi-unit building look to it. So we would need to look to things that make sure it comes out like a house. So it's 2 things that we would be looking at. 1, the massing and scale of the building, and then 2, the cosmetic appearances that make it appear as a house. And we can certainly do that depending on which direction you go. It will just mean we will need to get a little more complicated with the design standards that we had previously.
Could you just apply a lower bulk plane to these lots? And I mean, I know in R1, the bulk plane is already 12 feet. They tend to be larger lots, so you get more scale in the middle. But if we just said, let's apply that, if you want to build one of these affordable, multi-family things with the affordable requirement, you have to meet that lower bulk plane. They're going to tend to be on larger lots anyway. So why not just require that 12? Would that get us there?
It may, and in fact, we had been looking at that anyway of joining the two, because if you remember, one of the things we've also done with the bulk plane was to get a little more generous with some of the limited exceptions. So in other words, if you have a large dormer or an eave or an upper story that sticks through the bulk plane, maybe that would be okay if you shortened the amount of the building you're looking at. So we had already looked at some of the trade-offs to try and bring the bulk plane under one standard, and so we could certainly look at that lower plane. And if it's, I think there would still be some tendency for it to have that sort of long tent-like effect, but we could certainly look at minimizing that, because to some extent we were looking at some of those standards already in both R2 and R1.
That's I'll just to weigh in on that. That's something like, when this comes back or goes to P&Z, I'd love to see P&Z weigh in on this as well. But just something that to come up with those design standards or modified bulk plane, and then come back to us with, okay, with these standards, here's what you can expect to get on some of these kind of lots, so we can make sure that before we to vote on anything, we're eliminating the possibility of having the massively out of scale, build. And it just makes me wonder if our bulk plane isn't too, like, if it allows for single family homes to get into that level of scale, if it's not too high already, we're not, do we need to lower that in general across the board, at least in R2 and R1C, where it's up at, I think, 17 feet, just to bring some of any new future single-family homes back into that scale as well. So those are the things I'm interested in. It does seem like our bulk plane allows for more scale than our neighborhoods typically have in them.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I guess I'll ask a question here, just for my, just so I make sure that I'm on the same page here, Mr. Brewster. What's the definition of the end grain of a block?
So in our view of it, in your context, it's fairly easy. It's the short side that goes on typically on the east-west streets. So blocks have a very long grain to them, and then you currently see the end grain being the one it's usually the sides of homes, or it's where the alley is accessed, and so there's a different configuration of the buildings there. But we will be able to put a finer point on it as we get further into defining it, in case there's any other blocks or lots that would be anomalies.
So I guess the way that I was kind of thinking about that potentially could open up to multiple blocks. If we were to move forward with just the corner lots and end grains, it does sound like there could potentially be blocks that have 5 or 6, if we were to go with that definition, corner lots plus end grain. There could be more density of this multifamily housing within R1 zones if we included both. Am I right or no?
Yeah, I think you are correct. Although when we counted the lots, that lot count, we included everything that was basically those sides. The other thing that the end grain's implying is that usually when those are subdivided, and you can even see this in your current patterns, when someone does an alley adjacent lot, they're simply reversing the orientation so that the lots then front on that other street. So as far as the number, the way I think we could see more is if one splits into another one and then they both orient to that short side, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
I think you are, Mr. Brewster. Thank you for that. So a second question, I think this may be for you, Ms. Fitzpatrick, or I guess I'd open up for everyone. But when we were talking about the R2A, or just the R2 districts, I think it was specific to A, one of the recommendations is to reduce the minimum lot sizes to 1,500 feet. And I guess my question is, if we were to go down that route, does that how's the way? That obviously will bring in smaller properties, so it would be more conducive to bring in more affordable properties, not only for the one that we're asking for as part of the plan, but potentially for the other three as well within that fourplex or whatever you want to call it.
Yes, that's correct. So we're guaranteeing essentially the affordability of one of those units based on the incentive package of saying you could do this if you provide one that's affordable, but there is likely to be more natural affordability. So lower price points for smaller homes. By determining smaller lots, that's essentially going to give you smaller homes. It is important to note that that is relative to other new construction, right? So when we think about these comparisons in terms of relative affordability, we want to compare new construction to new construction. So it doesn't guarantee necessarily that those other units would be less expensive than other kind of older existing housing stock that you may have. It could be, certainly, depending on what is built and how that goes. But absolutely, smaller lots, smaller homes have more natural affordability in addition to the guaranteed affordability of that incentive.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fitzpatrick. Actually, one other question. I'm sure if anybody else has one at the moment. But I think just to piggyback on your question, Member Anderson, and I'm not sure if I understood this correctly, but it sounded like you potentially are just newing about the bulk plan within R2s as well, or was it just R1?
R2 as well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess just because I'm not sure if your answer was specific to the lowering of the bulk plan within R2s, would there be a potential disruption to what is stated in the presentation if we were to lower the bulk plan to 12 feet or something lower than 17?
I wasn't thinking go down to 12
Okay.
feet in R2 by any means.
But it was
I
going down from the 17, though.
From
the
I
way
mean,
that I
in
understood
like,
it.
my idea was for the affordable 4-unit properties to go down to 12 just specifically for those.
Within R1, though.
Within
You
R1 or-
stated specifically within R1.
well-
So I guess the reason why I'm asking is,
Yeah. Oh, R2 I think you could allow for a little more scale than that. Yeah.
right. So I guess if right now it's at 17 feet, if we were to lower that as part of bringing it more affordable, does that hamper what you stated within the presentation?
I don't think that it would. I'd have to go back and really look at how the structure would fit, right, and how we might have to tweak it. I think we could make some adjustments to still make it work. It's just a matter of making sure that what works on paper also works in reality, right, and that we're making the right assumptions there. We have also seen that in the context of these types of affordability incentives, where you're only allowing something if you're also guaranteeing affordability, there may be a circumstance in which you're willing to accept a different bulk plan just within that affordable context as well. So we can look at if any other variances might be needed to make that work. But off the top of my head, it seems like it would still fit.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I guess the question then opens up to Deputy City Attorney Renteria. If we now get into some nonconformity issues by allowing a lower bulk plan within R2s, that's not an answer for tonight, but it's now something that I'm thinking about. But if you have an answer now, you can obviously state it, but no need, since I kind of just surprised it on you.
Mayor, it's something we'd have to look into. I'd have to research it and get back to you.
Sounds good. I'll list it as an open action item on my end. So, Member Woodward, did you have your light on, or
My light is on.
go ahead, Member Woodward?
A few questions here. On the AMI that's being used here, is that for the city, the county, or the metro area?
Fantastic question. The AMIs are determined by HUD, the Housing and Urban Development. They're also published by our Colorado housing group, the CHAFA, that manages kind of those limits, income limits and AMI limits. The AMI is the same across the entire metro area. So it is determined by the entire metro, the 5-county metro. It is also adjusted by household size. So a 2-person household does not have the same AMI as a 3 or 4. It's also on the rental side adjusted by the bedroom count as well. So there's lots of variation within it to account for that. We kind of use the shorthand of saying it by AMI, but it is a measure of income at the entire metro level. It's
Metro
published
area.
every year.
That's helpful, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Second question, attainable housing and mid-range housing are the same, right?
I would say yes, those are sort of loose terms and they get used interchangeably. So
Right, but-
attainable generally means it doesn't have a contractual affordability requirement, but it is generally within the affordable range for whatever income is living in it.
And, okay, so would you, or let's say I would, consider most of Inglewood by a high percentage attainable housing? I mean, that's what it's made up of. And if anything, attainable, and then some lower end, but not a whole lot of higher end.
Right. So I agree relative to kind of other places around you, and certainly in the metro, Inglewood has a high proportion of relatively attainable housing. We did also, as part of the housing needs assessment, look at does the existing housing stock by price point fully accommodate or does it match up with the incomes of your current residents? And we certainly found gaps in that you have a lot of residents, both renters and some owners, who are what we would call cost burdened. So living in housing that's not affordable to their income, and that's where we start to see that gap. So I would say, yes, you are more attainable than a lot of other communities. On the other hand, you are not fully balanced in terms of the price points that are needed by your current residents and workers.
Okay. And then my last question for now is on the corner lots and end grains, streets without alleys for parking, do you put that entry to the parking behind the building that would come off of a corner? Behind it again, next to the houses on the frontage side? I mean, if I was the second house in right now, would I have a parking lot right outside the side of my home?
Yeah, we don't have specific standards for exactly where the parking goes, but whether you're a 1 unit or a 4 unit building, we have tried to address standards that that limit the amount of disruption of the streetscape with driveways, encourage smaller scale, narrower driveways and solutions that get the cars to rear portions or more discrete portions of the lot. It doesn't predetermine exactly where and how it should go, but we do have standards in there that have both be a good contributor to the streetscape, but also some good neighbor policy standards. These are 1 to 4 unit buildings, so we wouldn't see really large parking lots being the issue. What we would probably see would be smaller parking pads, either between the houses or garages to the rear, similar to what you have for single family homes. But it's certainly a point we can look at further. To me, it goes back to that same question on the scale of the buildings themselves. If we want it to look and function and appear like a house, we would certainly want the parking to look and function and appear like a house as well, so it wouldn't create problems with neighbors. And we can take a look at that further. The other thing I guess I would add would be, in the parking standards, we are, for a lot of your streets and neighborhood streets, we would be encouraging on-street parking as being part of this solution as well. So it may be a situation where we would be suggesting they don't add a bunch of large parking on the lot.
Okay. One other question here. What happens, let's say, on that larger building or larger bulk plane, and it wipes out the house on the north side of its solar? Has there been any discussion about that?
We have had discussions on that. I think that's where I got to the strategies where we were recommending on your current bulk plane. We're usually addressing those for these smaller buildings, the 1 to 4 unit or even the 4 to 12 unit buildings. I think the bigger issue comes with the 5+ unit buildings, or the buildings that are exceeding the 32-foot height limit in the MUR3 districts. That's typically where they're already zoned for that height. and fortunately, not too many of them have been built. There were currently no bulk plane standards that apply to those building types. So if you recall back to our neighborhood design sessions, we are recommending that there be a step back at the 32 or 40-foot height limit that would begin to address some of that. It wouldn't be a provision that specifically protects solar access, but it could be used to have a similar effect in most cases.
Wait, could be used to,
Yeah, I guess a better way to say it is we didn't put a provision in that gives someone that has solar a right to have that protected. What we did was put in a generally applicable standard that began to cause greater setbacks to just preserve to prevent buildings from looming over the site anyway, regardless of whether there's solar or not.
okay. Well, I'm thinking of solar in the wintertime when it's the low sun. It makes a big difference, especially on the height. Thank you.
Member Nunekamp.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Can you go back to your comment about multi-unit housing and row housing and your comment about subdividing the lots to increase home ownership? I want to make sure we're really clear about the differences between those two. And are you saying also that the multi-unit could not be subdivided or purchasable units or for sale units? Can you walk us through that?
Yeah. In general, the row house is a little bit easier to figure out because the requirements in the table have, each unit and building, although they may be commonly owned in a single project, the lot standards are built so you have street frontage, you have a back, and they're all just sitting in a row, literally. Whereas the multi-unit buildings, the unit configuration could be in any manner, and so each unit may not have its own lot, and they may rely on shared access. So typically, those become multifamily projects. In other words, it's owned as the property is owned as an entity, and then the units are rented because you can't subdivide them. We've talked with staff about whether things should be subdivided. Sometimes they might even be on an upper floor, and then they can't really be subdivided in that manner that you might otherwise, of allowing a lot that doesn't have access. The biggest issue and concern with that is those typically become a problem for the city down the road when either the owners aren't getting along or there's a back lot without public access. And so creating the lots without access to a street is something we guard pretty closely as planners and as the city's planning consultant. So that's one of the things we discussed, and we came to the determination that, the city really shouldn't be allowing lots to be platted that don't have their own independent and individual access. And it's simply the reason of, over time, you can be in charge of then managing access easements when there's a problem, or when whoever's responsible for building the shared access hasn't done their obligation. People come to the city to solve that problem. That problem's easily solvable privately by condominiums and property owners associations. And so those can always be allowed. The city code, in fact, can't prohibit that type of ownership. In Colorado, we know that type of ownership comes with other issues from state regulations that prevent that from being a really attractive option to build. The condo defects law leaves you on the hook for a longer period of time. However, our feeling is a difficulty in a state statute probably shouldn't lead the city to do things it ordinarily wouldn't do. And I think platting lots that don't have frontage is something cities ordinarily wouldn't do and shouldn't do.
That's a helpful distinction. Thank you. And with the way that the row homes are currently listed here in this table, they go up to, I believe, 8 and 6, but they could also be reduced to no more than 4 if we chose to do that, correct?
Correct. That's that you read into it well of what we were intending, that if we do consider it, we would be looking at things like that. Yes.
Okay. And then my second question is for Ms. Fitzpatrick. And if we were to go this route, if we were to do the row home and we wanted to say one of the 4 has to be at 100% AMI rate or whatever is feasible, can you walk us through what does the deed restriction look like? How is this managed and monitored to ensure that it's producing the intended income or outcome?
Yeah, fantastic question. And the key word there is a deed restriction. So typically, particularly in a for sale product, so we're thinking about these townhomes, one of those townhomes would have a deed restriction that stays with the house. Usually those deed restrictions are built to last anywhere between 15 years and 60 years. That's a really common kind of term for those deed restrictions. Typically after that period, that deed restriction would go away and it could be returned to a natural market price. The deed restrictions are typically structured such that it regulates the income of the person that can purchase that. And in doing so, it also limits the amount of appreciation that can be accrued on that. There still is appreciation, the owner still builds equity, but there's typically a formula within that deed restriction that governs how much. In terms of kind of management and enforcement of those deed restrictions, most often we see communities that have relatively few or a small inventory of those outsource that enforcement to a local housing authority. So most of housing authorities are used to enforcing these types of both deed restrictions as well as kind of rental and income restrictions. So most often we'd see a city establish a memorandum of understanding with the housing authority to manage and enforce those. The housing authority would then typically income qualify the potential buyers, potentially even keep a pipeline of buyers for when someone wants to sell one of those units. So there's a ready buyer, there's no risk there. And then they would also set up a structure in place so that they would be alerted if that property goes for sale without them knowing. I mean, there's obviously notifications. It's on the deed. It should get picked up by title process. So there's a lot of checks and balances on that. But in terms of the actual income qualification enforcement, usually we see cities outsource that to the local housing authority.
And would that kind of enforcement also include, I received questions about what would keep someone who purchases a unit like this to turn around and rent it at market rate? How would we handle that?
Yeah, most of the time these types of deed restrictions have both that income qualification and also an owner occupancy requirement. So you're only allowed to purchase that as an owner occupant, and that can get enforced as well. So the housing authority would or whoever's enforcing it would maintain contact, usually kind of an annual check sort of thing.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Member Anderson, then Member Russell.
I just had a couple of follow-ups on that. If someone was to get this, if it's deed restricted at a certain income level, does that mean when it goes, if they were to go and sell it, it would have to be offered at that same income level? Like an 80% AMI would be offered at that level again?
Typically, yes. Most of the time, those deed restrictions are written in order to scale with the AMI. So the AMI goes up every year, so you're still increasing the amount that you can sell it for, but not above and beyond kind of the pace. You're basically pacing the appreciation with income inflation and income increase as opposed to pacing it with real estate increase.
And so on is it possible for someone to buy these if interest rates were to go up, can they get upside down such that it has to be sold for a higher price or for a lower price than they bought it for just because of market forces on the interest rate side and those kind of things?
Great question. Yes, theoretically, I've never seen that actually happen in practice. There are also different ways that you can write the deed restriction in order to adjust for that. So some deed restrictions are written strictly by the AMI. Others are written by an appreciation cap. So let's say they're only allowed to appreciate 5% per year or 2% per year, or they can also be written with sort of shared kind of an equity, basically. And so there's a lot of ways to structure that, and there's also really good models for that. So the city doesn't have to come up with a brand new way necessarily. I'll defer to city attorney at all of these, of course, but there are lots of models out there that kind of show different methods for that calculation and how that can be adjusted. So in theory, I think on paper that could happen. I've never seen it actually happen, even in the recession. Yeah.
Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. The questions that I have now are really probably from the last presentation when you were here. So I'd like you to clarify, if you would, the definition you have used in your presentation for feasibility. You are not really speaking to the success from all parties affected by this proposed zoning shift. For instance, the homeowner's economic positions, but rather from only the side that, given enough incentives by removing protections in neighborhoods, builders will participate. Is that correct?
So the definition of feasibility is the financial feasibility of the incentive package. Will it work and will it be attractive? We have also in other studies looked at property value impacts, and those studies almost completely show zero negative impact, and in fact, a lot of times positive impact, because a lot of times it actually shows that new construction actually raises property values around it, even if it's duplex, triplex, townhome type development. So most of the time, even if we do look at kind of those homeowner impacts, we actually see a rise in property values. But you're correct in that in the feasibility analysis that we did, we were looking at, is this incentive package attractive, and will it work in terms of the market context?
Okay, thank you. And then where has removing zoning protections not worked and why?
I guess, is there a specific zoning change that you're asking about within that? This is a little bit hard for me to understand what you're really asking there.
Like removing the zoning protections in the single-family districts. I mean, those were protections for the current homeowners. So is there any place that you've done this and it hasn't worked?
In that it hasn't produced new housing, or that it hasn't, the incentive hasn't been used? I guess, what do you mean by hasn't worked? I'm just not sure how to define that.
Well, and that's why I asked why. So is there a reason that it hasn't worked? And I'm not necessarily asking if you put those in the area and then there's affordable housing produced, does it eventually fail at some point, and why did it fail?
I mean, I think I would sort of answer that in two ways. One, I haven't seen it produce affordable housing and then for some reason that affordable housing has failed. We have not seen that. Generally, we've seen really low vacancy on any of those affordable housing units, and those have contributed to addressing community needs when the affordability goes in. I would say in contexts, there are certainly contexts where we would say, look, the zoning is already aligned with what the market wants. And in those cases, even if you offer an incentive, the market is not necessarily going to respond to those incentives because it's already building what it wants. So I think, kind of an example of that would be if your zoning code allows in a multi-unit district for 3 stories, a 3-story apartment building already, and we write an incentive that says, oh, well, you can build 4 stories, the market's only, no one's going to take the incentive unless they actually want to build the 4 stories. So I would say, that's one of the reasons we do these feasibility analyses, is to understand, is this even worth having this conversation, right? Is it worth saying we're willing to accept this additional story or this additional unit in exchange for the affordability? And because we only want to have that conversation, that's a trade-off conversation, it's a policy choice. We only want to have that conversation if we think it's going to work. And so there are cases where incentives don't yield units because no one wants them, and that's why we go through kind of this more extensive feasibility analysis and interviews with developers to make sure it's something that could happen. Now, that doesn't mean everything is, every lot is going to be converted. We certainly, particularly on infill projects, see a relatively low churn just because infill development is hard. And so we certainly wouldn't expect it to create wholesale changes across all of those lots. But we do know that at least the fundamentals make sense.
Okay, and then to go along with that, what studies have been done on the direct economic impact of this on residential home values?
So we did not look at that for Inglewood specifically. There are certainly lots of studies out there that kind of in the academic realm of housing research that look at what is the impact on existing property values from density increases, from affordable housing, from low-income housing, tax credit housing. Those broadly show that there are no negative impacts on current property values from incremental increases in density, nor are there negative effects on property values for allowing affordable or income-restricted units adjacent to property values. We have looked at, I guess, the sort of closest analysis we've done is looking at habitat homes and how those, where there are habitat developments across the Denver metro and how those have impacted property values. No negative impact on property values from that study. And I'd be happy to pass along through Bryan some of those other studies that I can reference that look at that in particular. We didn't do that analysis for Inglewood specifically in the context of this.
Okay, I appreciate that, but the current concern that the citizens in Inglewood have is that they have a single-family home, and right next door to them could be 4 units on a single lot. I think that the citizens in Inglewood deserve to know what's going to happen to their property values. Then I have another question. You presented Austin, Texas as the model of success. I find that a difficult comparison for several reasons. Austin has a population of 964,177. Inglewood has a population of 33,516. Austin encompasses approximately 272 square miles and Inglewood approximately 6.6 miles. It would seem prudent, as I look at your list of 9 recommendations made to council during your last presentation, that 2 and maybe 3 of those recommendations of updating zoning code to reduce barriers for more diverse housing types and codify development incentives for affordable housing might be the last recommendations applied as Inglewood works its way towards this goal, rather than create a tipping point that cannot be recovered from.
Yeah, so to address the Austin question, we're certainly not recommending that you just plug in Austin's policy or analysis. That comment has more to do with Austin was one of the first communities to really pilot some of these low-scale, kind of lower density affordability incentives, whereas lots of other cities were doing, oh yeah, we'll give you a density bonus or a height bonus on this multifamily side. And Austin was one of the first communities that said, we're going to do this at the townhome level or the duplex level. And so that's the reference there, that we think the scale, certainly not of the whole city, but of that element of their affordability unlocked is what they called that program. It was one of the first that tried to look at, can we do this from a much smaller scale? And so that was a success. We would say, philosophically, that's a great application, but we certainly are not going to recommend a plug and play of their exact policy.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
You said something that intrigued me a little bit earlier in response to Member Russell's question, and that was that these changes could potentially increase the value of our current housing stock in Inglewood. And my question is, if we're making density changes and we're making small scale changes for one affordable unit at a time, and those changes actually increase the value of our current stock, then how are we experiencing a net increase in affordability?
Sure, and that's a really fair question. I mean, the reality is that we're talking about scale and we're talking about kind of relative, right? And so any new construction will often, or has been shown in many cases, to increase property values. If you're revitalizing an area or something like that, you often see increase in property values. So there's not, your current zoning code doesn't say you can't ever build anything new, right? And so what we're talking about here is the relative difference between an adjacent lot and, let's say, the lot next to it builds something new. Does your property value increase only if it's a new single family? Does it increase it only if it's a new townhome? Does it increase only if it's a new apartment building? So we're really talking about the relative differences there. What the research has shown is that there's not a negative impact on property values. So building a duplex next to a single family home has not been shown to drag down the property value of that single family home. But we're not talking about inordinate increases in property value just based on the building a duplex that would be different or bigger than a new other structure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. I got the next question before I do. Members of the public, if you can just keep quiet and not snicker or make any comments. To me, I take it as condescending. I'm really hoping that our speakers can provide a viewpoint for everyone in the room as well as those listening online. So just wanting you to limit any kind of feedback during this presentation. Thank you. Ms. Fitzpatrick, I do have a question for you. If we go to figure 2 within the analysis, Actually, no, I think I want to jump first to figure 7. And I want to see if I understand this correctly. So within that single-family detached medium lot, it shows that there's an incentive for fourplex, on a single-family lot for 25% at 100% AMI. Are you stating that it's not feasible to go lower than 100% AMI on any for-sale properties if we were to move forward with this, with any of these recommendations?
So it would be less attractive to a developer to pursue less than 100% AMI. And generally, when we think about kind of these in two pieces that have to stay in balance: the set aside, or the percentage of units that need to be affordable, and the AMI level, or the depth of affordability on that. So if we can lower the 25% requirement, then we can also lower the AMI. We can get to deeper AMIs if we're asking for fewer units. However, in the context where we're looking at a fourplex, we're kind of bound, right, by it's either 25% or 50% or 75% or 100, just based on the number of units. So it's pretty hard for that incentive to be attractive to someone that would otherwise build market rate to actually take that and allow for one unit to be affordable at anywhere less than 100% AMI. The caveat, or one, I guess, a caveat to note, is that there are also cases where you may say, look, that's 25% is not enough, or maybe 100% is not deep enough. If you want to go deeper, if you want to get down to an 80% AMI, or if you want to say we need half these units to be affordable, then that will become an incentive that is probably only attractive to a nonprofit or mission-based developer. And so, yes, it could still work. It could be a great incentive for a land trust, or for something like Habitat for Humanity, who is already building to deeper AMIs. This would give them a path to make it where they could build more units maybe than they otherwise would, but that's a different type of incentive as opposed to one that is likely to attract a market rate developer.
Thank you. And I guess just sticking to that same figure, it's figure 6. The next few columns over, it's talking about small row houses, 10% at 80%, but it's the way that I'm understanding this is 10 row houses, 10 lots within a R1A district. Am I understanding that correctly, that the only way to achieve 80%, or maybe even, 80% in that case, you would have to go 10 units?
You'd have to drop down that percentage set aside from 25% to close to 10%. We could, if we really want to play with that number and see, well, 1 in 10, we're not going to allow 10, we're only going to allow 8, so could 1 in 8 work? We could take a look at that and see exactly where there might be a tipping point there. But yes, generally speaking, if you want to get down to 80% AMI, that set aside percentage needs to come down as well. Okay. And that one doesn't necessarily, when we initially did this analysis, we weren't necessarily thinking of it specifically in terms of, which one applies in R1A or R1 or R1B and kind of where they would go. We were just looking at, okay, if we take this and say, okay, right now you're allowing for a row house, we're going to allow for smaller lots among that row house.
Yeah, I guess it just stated large lot in that case, but
yep.
Okay.
Yep, exactly.
And then moving on to figure 2, and this may be hard to answer just based off your definition of AMI or where the numbers come from Member Woodward earlier. Mm-hmm. But currently today, are you able to say what the current AMI is in order for someone to buy in Inglewood? Is it 160%? Is it 180%? Like where, based on the home values today, what is the AMI in order for someone to live in Inglewood?
We looked at that as part of the housing needs assessment. I'm going to have to go back and kind of poke back at my data on that. I can do that and then circle back with you, though. Yeah. We did calculate that. I just don't remember where it landed.
And I guess the reason for my question is if we only are able to get it to 100% AMI within a fourplex, what is that difference in dollar value that allows somebody to buy it here? So I just want to understand where we sit today versus where we could possibly sit if this was to move forward.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm looking just back at our executive summary and noting that where we really found the shortage of for sale products was we're in price points below 300,000. So that doesn't tell you exactly the AMI where folks can buy, but a $300,000 home price is sort of, depending on the household size, that's about 80% AMI for a two-person household, but that's closer to 100% AMI for a one person. So it kind of depends on the household size as well. But we're trying to get close to that,
Yeah.
an affordability level that's below 300,000.
And actually, I was gonna just state, based on what I've read, is that realistic in this case, even with the fourplex or some of these units, at least standalone in terms of housing? Maybe if we were able to start building condos again, maybe we could get down to that level with condos. But with a single-family home or a multifamily home in a lot, can we get under 300,000? Because it doesn't seem like it's possible in this market, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a real challenge, but with these incentives, we're showing that it is feasible, but only for kind of one of those units.
Right.
And that's why we're at 100% AMI as opposed to that 80% AMI. And it does shift a bit as interest rates shift too, and so we want to continue to watch that. The new AMI thresholds also come out in May, I believe, and so we can take a look at those at that point as well, because those do move around each year.
Okay, thank you. Any member Nunekamp?
I have a question. I believe it was Mr. Brewster who brought it up, but the impact of the state's construction defect law as it currently stands. I know there was a fix in 2017. My understanding is that there is a threshold of number of units that this applies to. Can someone speak a little bit to that and how the implications that we're dealing with here? Whoever's best positioned to.
Chris, I'm happy to answer and then have you chime in as well. So I would say.
Yeah, go ahead. I only know anecdotal evidence of that, so I'll defer to you.
Yes. There was some legislative effort to address it. I would say most developers would tell you they are not confident that it has been addressed. And so the issue here is not necessarily a regulatory standard, but a liability issue. And so what it does effectively is increase the cost of building those units because the insurance that those constructors can get is really, really high. And so it's a little bit squishy in that we have some developers that are saying anecdotally, I'm not going to build, anything even regardless of the number of units. We have others that say, well, my insurance is a little bit higher, so I just have to charge a little bit more. So it is really hard to pinpoint because we've tried to make some progress on addressing it legislatively. Most developers would tell you they don't feel like it's been fully addressed. They're still seeing higher insurance costs as well as part of that. There's not a perfect exemption in terms of number of units because a lot has to do with how things are insured and what developers are comfortable with, to be honest.
That's helpful. And so in your professional opinion, would you say that if we were to go forward with an incentive here, specifically for the R1, that there would be more affordable units built under the town or the row home, even if it's limited to 4 units than there would under the multifamily?
I think, yes, developers are more likely to build a row house than a multi-unit for sale product, but you could get some multi-unit rental product, which are also potentially good for the market. But I think it's more likely to see a row house type construction or a duplex type construction specifically for sale products.
Okay, but if we were to do a duplex under this, and it would be one side, 50%, that would not be feasible in your analysis?
I think that would not be feasible except for a mission-driven developer.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I remember you sharing the last time that you were here that this needs to be more of a regional decision. Do you remember that coming up? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is I know that Sheridan has a Habitat for Humanity project. I know that Littleton is looking at the Enzer property and several other properties. And I'm feeling like this council feels that we need to provide everything we possibly can when this is a bigger regional picture.
Yes, housing is a real challenge and that it is certainly a regional issue. I would say from a zoning and incentive perspective, those are not typically addressed regionally just because your zoning code is really different than Littleton's or Centennial's or Sheridan's. And so these types of nuances generally, we'd recommend those get addressed locally. But it is important to be part of a regional conversation around these issues. One of the things we specifically recommended regional coordination on was if you want to move forward with a mandatory affordable requirement or an inclusionary zoning policy, because Littleton has recently passed one, Centennial is looking at one, and so there's other efforts that are very nearby. And so on those types of policies, it's nice to be at least engaged in conversation regionally. We don't always say, that everybody should have the exact same one, but to have similar targets or similar expectations of developers makes it a lot easier for kind of communities to understand what they're getting out of it and also developers to understand. So yes, we would say pair these with lots of regional conversation, but not all solutions can be implemented regionally. But it is certainly a regional problem, and there should be, the folks around you, the communities around you, we would want to see them making some of these efforts as well.
Thank you. And then I have a question probably for Mr. Brewster. When you were talking about parking and assimilating the parking on street, if in the single-family residential areas, let's say it is possible with this plan to have four fourplexes on every block, 2 on each end, and potentially 8 cars in each fourplex, which would add 32 cars to a block. For that to assimilate into blocks right now, and then even considering ADUs in addition to that, I think we're going to end up having a massive parking problem in the city of Inglewood if we don't address that.
Yeah, and when I mentioned the on-street, we do, that was something that was divorced from the 2 to 4 unit building and from the affordability question. So there's a limit to how much we would want to allow that to contribute so that it's not, each project's going to have to solve that issue, and how much of it can be solved with on-street, there's certainly a limit to it. And then they have to find it on site. So you're correct there.
Thank you, but I do have concerns if we're going to go ahead and pass it and then allow each unit when it comes up to solve that problem. Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Member Woodward.
Thank you. I guess I would like to know, is it feasible to take an area of the city as opposed to the whole city and say, let's try this out here? And I don't know what the area that would be, but I just feel really uncomfortable about making changes like this to the whole city, because it's really something that once it's started, I don't believe it can go back. And I see that as a huge problem. I also see parts of or small areas of the city Okay, it's back. I was just mentioning, I see one area of the city that, as an example, which would be east or west of Federal, north of Belleview, the little cutout area there. I don't see much happening there. I don't see how it could happen. And I brought this up in a meeting before that there are no alleys. The parking for the single family residences are all front loaded. And so to do any ADUs there, it, from what I understand, ends up making almost the whole front parking. your front yard is parking. You look out your picture window and you can look at your car or whatever. But with that, I'm just suggesting that can't we take this pieces at a time and see what happens? I've read quite a few articles in the last 6 weeks about the affordable housing and attainable housing in places like Portland, Seattle, LA, Chicago, Minneapolis, New York. And there's just problem after problem what I'm reading. It's doesn't sound like a very successful type thing. And I sure don't want to be in a position where we do that in Inglewood and it sets us for the future, especially when the character of Inglewood are neighborhoods. So I have an interesting article here that states there's no such thing as affordable housing. It's about Los Angeles. It's LAist reported. And they point out, this is over a 10-year period, 2010 through 2019, 110,000 houses and apartments affordable to low earners were lost, while only 13,000 were built. And it's most of those that were lost, how were they lost? Because of the increase in the prices of the housing stock, which brought the AMI or the value of those homes up higher and made less available as far as low income. So I don't know, I have a lot of questions in my head and a real uncomfortable feeling about this whole zoning plan for the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. And I guess just to answer your questions, I think that that's a decision that council to make in terms of the first question, in terms of whether we scale this slowly, whether it's all at once. That's the direction we would be giving as part of this whole direction for Code Next. It could be like, yeah, just like a time release in terms of your concern about this being too much all at once, I guess, in a sense. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I think we can give that type of direction.
I'm certainly glad to hear the mayor say that. Thank you.
Member Nunekamp?
Thank you. As we've engaged with the public on some of these ideas, and when your business partner was here last time in November, she shared with us that we have, this gap in the for sale market around 30 to 40% that we're looking at. Obviously, we have a significant, deeply affordable gap in our rental market as well. One of the ideas that citizens have brought to us repeatedly is how do we encourage more development along some of our corridors, like our Broadway corridor, in some of our mixed-use commercial zones, and a lot of the incentives that we're looking at currently are in our residential kind of areas. Do you have you, in your research and in your work, have you come across ideas about how we can bolster kind of mixed-use housing, especially in commercial areas?
Yeah, great question. I know we've centered a lot kind of on the incentives tonight that are specifically tied to, kind of single family to duplex or triplex or quadplex and some of those. We have also taken a look at some potential incentives that would be for multi-unit or multifamily products. Typically, the most effective incentives there are both either a height or density bonus paired with parking reduction for multifamily. That doesn't mean we're going to zero parking, certainly, but scaling that back, we certainly have looked at options for allowing for that. Let me just pull up my numbers exactly so that I don't tell you wrong. But yeah, so when we look at those kind of multi-use, we're looking at adding 1-story for kind of a baseline incentive. So an additional story and then a parking reduction could incentivize developers to set aside 10% of all units available at 60% AMI. So we're basically looking at a 10% at 60% AMI, which is within kind of the affordability range that we can get to for that. So we would look at those incentives for along corridors and in those multi-use, multi-unit districts.
And that's all by right, correct?
And that's
Use by right?
yes, that would be by right if you accept that affordability requirement. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Any further questions from council? If not, Mr. Brewster, are these all the questions that you want us to go through? I may go through the individual slides to actually go through the diagrams as well, just because I want to give direction in terms of what may be allowed, but I wanted to make sure that this, like the discussion page within your slide deck, these are all the answers that you're looking for from tonight.
Yes, I can go back and remind you, on the first slide in R1, we did have an option on the ADU of having either getting rid of the owner occupancy, as was just discussed last time, or having the owner occupancy requirement with a 10-year sunset.
Yep, that's where I was going to start. So I'm with you there, Mr. Brewster. So without any further questions, let's go ahead and just go through the R1 district first slide, which is the option for owner occupancy requirement with a 10-year sunset. And I'm not sure.
Are they going to bring up the slide?
Actually, I was going to ask, can staff, can we go to that slide directly? It's 22 within the packet. Oh, I guess it's probably 20. There we go. That's the one. All right, anyone want to weigh in? Oh, go ahead, Member Anderson.
Oh, sorry, I didn't push the right light. Yeah, I would go with removing the owner occupancy requirement.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I support expansion of ADUs, but I am strongly opposed to removing the owner occupancy requirement for them. Whether today, tomorrow, next year, or 10 years from now, if you are operating an ADU on your property, you should be living on that property.
Trying to figure out a good way to capture all of these answers. Member Noonekamp.
Sure. I don't support the owner occupancy requirement. We all know that we don't live in houses forever. And I think there needs to be some homeowner flexibility because ADUs can be used for lots of different purposes, including for, ailing older family members. And so I think that it's not necessary.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Member Russell.
Thank you. I do not support expanding ADUs into R1A and R1B. We did this. We went through the ADU discussion 3 or 4 years ago. We have.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Wink. I see
I'm
your
in
hand.
support of removing the owner occupancy requirement.
Thank you, Member Wink. Member Woodward.
I am not in support of making the changes there.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Last, I'll chime in. Yes, I am in favor of removing the owner occupancy after 10 years. And then can we go on to the next slide?
Mayor.
Go ahead, Member
So I
Anderson.
think we had 3 of us for removing it altogether, and then 3 for not or have requiring owner occupancy.
Actually, I thought, Member Wink, Member Wink, did you state that you were in favor of removing the owner occupancy requirement?
Yes.
So that should be 4 yes and 3 no's.
But you said with 10, keeping it for 10 years or no?
Well, I'm in favor of removing the owner occupancy requirement. So I guess the question
Got
then, for those in favor, does anyone want the 10-year
Okay.
10-year requirement?
Sounds like we have 4 then.
Yeah, we have 4
Okay.
for tonight, and obviously we can make any changes moving forward as part of the next step. So moving on to the next question. Actually, before we get there, let's see here. Let's see if that's part of that slide. because Member Anderson did bring it up. No, actually, we'll stay in the R1 district. So it's now small lots. Let me just make sure I have the question correctly. Let me cycle through.
Yeah, I don't think there was a specific question on that one. The one thing I would point out was because of the discussion on the 2 to 4 unit buildings, we did go ahead and make the smallest lot, the 2,500 square foot lot. It had been 3,000 under the previous drafts, and your current code, it's 3,000. Due to some different configurations and things that seem to make sense, we recommended bringing it to 2,500 due to your lot depths. We think it's a very similar scale and pattern to what we've been talking about all along. And then we did add it into the R1A district as well, simply to round out that option.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Mr. Brewster. Is there any disagreement with that, Member Russell?
Yes, I am opposed to including small lots.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else in disagreement?
I am also.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think my primary concern is with the densification, the multi-units. Is that part of this? I'm not clear on that. Is that part of what we're discussing?
So I was looking at that. I was going to touch on this since we're talking about R1, but I'm looking at the discussion page. It's actually down at the bottom, so I'm going to wait for it at that point. Unless you wanted to cover it now.
No, I'm on the fence about small lots. I think I'll go down as a no for now.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Member Woodward, go ahead.
Okay, as I understood what you said, going down to 2,500 feet was,
Correct, yes.
I am opposed to that.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Nooncamp.
I support this, and I really appreciate staff and the consultants' work to try to do what we can, whatsoever within our power and our code, to ensure that we have small-scale buildings that maintain the character of the neighborhood. This is one thing we have control over to ensure that that has that intended outcome, which I think is what we all want here. We want neighborhoods that feel cohesive, and so this is a step to help us do that, and I definitely support that.
Thank you. I'll ask the rest members of council to chime in as well. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I support the 2,500 square foot lot.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Wink?
I support the 2,500 foot lot.
Thank you, Member Wink, and I do as well. Now moving on to R2.
Yeah, and the option we spotted here was right now the R2A zoning district only allows 2-unit buildings. Based on your overall discussion, you can see that the multi-unit and the row house, so the 3-unit to 8-unit building is only location limited in R2A. And so one of the options was to either remove the location limits or remove the location limits in exchange for an affordability requirement in R2A.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. And this should have been one of my questions. So right now we are allowing it within R2B, but not within R2A.
Correct.
Okay. So the question that's posed in front of us is extended out to R2A as well.
Yes, I should qualify my correct on the R2B. The changes we're recommending up above are what we think are changes that should be made to get more small scale buildings. So you do allow them in R2B, but they are subject to that 3,000 square foot per unit requirement.
Okay. Perfect. So does anyone want to chime in on this? Go ahead, Member Nooncamp.
I support the expansion to R2A.
Thank you, Member Nooncamp. Anyone else want to chime in? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I'm supportive of it.
I'm also supportive of it, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Wink. Go ahead, Member Russell.
I am not in support of it. I would just like to, I probably should have shared this before. I'd like to share with council the density of Denver. Denver is 153 square miles. It has 715,522 people as of the 2020 census. The density in Denver is 4,674 square miles. The density in Portland, they're 133.49 square miles. They have 652,503 people. The density in Portland is 4,888 people per square mile. The density in Inglewood, we have 33,659 in 6.5 square miles as of the 2020 census. The density in Inglewood is 5,178 per square mile. We already have higher density than Denver and Portland, and we need to keep that in mind in making these changes. I do not support the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson.
I would point out that Denver has, between the airport and the city proper, massive amounts of undeveloped land that drives, if you just look at the city as a whole, drives their density way down. Their neighborhoods are more dense than ours.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I'm also for the changes within R2A to allow multi-unit houses and row houses within R2A, R2B, and so forth.
Mayor, I just want to note for the record, looking at the map, there is no R2A in District 4, which is the district that I represent, which is why I have not weighed in on this particular matter.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, moving on to the next section. And I actually may have questions for this, but Mr. Brewster, can you go ahead and discuss the small apartments without location limits in R2B?
Yes. So this is another one where the R2B doesn't necessarily have a unit count, but it has a per lot, per unit area and a per unit frontage requirement, which is driving the lot size of something that has 4, 5, 6, or 8 units up to be larger. And so our thought was, let's reverse that, cap the lot size at a maximum to ensure that it's a small scale building, and cap the unit size at 12 units, so that 20,000 square foot lot and 12 unit building would be the cap, and it would ensure it's a smaller apartment. In doing that, our first draft had that one location limited as well, even though it technically could have been allowed, although it would have been allowed on a much larger lot. Since it was going to be more compact, we started with having it at a corner location, or other similar location limits like we've discussed. And so the option here would be either to remove the location limit or remove the location limit with an affordability requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. I guess I still have a question about it. Like, I like the idea of this, but I need to see where. So we do have a few R2Bs within my district, and we do have these small apartments within those, within my area. I'm thinking specifically right around Cornell and Bannock. There's a small apartment there, basically just behind the Chick-fil-A. But so what we're saying within the R2B, we would allow these small apartments within that entire lot. But wouldn't they, I know that within the R2Bs, there are many duplexes, and I want to say maybe single family homes, but I can't really picture it right now. In order to allow these small apartments, would they have to purchase multiple lots in order for that to happen?
In effect, they would. There's, you would, although you could get a smaller building on a 6,000 to 8,000 square foot lot, but the per unit size would essentially go down to, so that 6,000 to 20,000 square foot lot is what we're saying is it could have, the building scale is going to be defined by that lot. So the height and the setbacks are defined by however large your lot is. And what we're suggesting is that those buildings could have anywhere from 3 to 12 units in them, regardless of the size, because the scale and massing of that building is what we think is more important than how many units it has in it. I guess that's an easier way to say it. Whereas right now, your code is driving towards the more units you have, the larger it needs to be, up to it potentially having no maximum. So for example, a 12 unit building by your code would currently have to be 36,000 square feet, which is pretty large, and would have to have a 300 square feet of frontage along it. So essentially a quarter of a block.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. Member Anderson.
Mr. Brewster, are there places where small scale apartments like this are being built? Almost everything I see are these massive scale, multiple hundreds of units, especially with fire safety requirements, and double exits and that kind of thing. Are we talking about something that is hypothetical, but may not materialize just because nobody's doing it?
That's a good question. I think this is the term missing middle. This is the classic one that now we're getting to the building types that if you look historically throughout your community, you'll see them. It's hard to find new ones. I might defer to some of Molly's research of whether this would be a feasible type or not, but they're certainly becoming more and more rare for developers to build them. Yes.
Yeah, I would just add that it is not a super common building type currently. That is because just from a volume perspective, you're going to get more total product profit on a really large scale. So where there's land available to build really large scale, developers are going to try to do that. We are actually seeing, though, in more innovative construction procedures that these prototypes are starting to become more attractive and more profitable. That tends to be in the context of, for example, modular development, where you can build parts of it in a factory and then it gets assembled on site. We're starting to see that as a much more likely market alternative for some of these small scale apartment buildings. So I would say zoning or allowing for that may not generate units in that prototype immediately, but as we advance continued innovative housing construction types, we may see more and more of that, particularly in an infill context.
And I do think this one is one that's directly connected with building codes and single stair access. So that's something I think we would need, if we wanted to see these get built, would need to modify building codes there. But I'm supportive of this because I think they're a really important unit because they tend to be more naturally affordable just because of the scale of those buildings.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Actually, just a question, Ms. Fitzpatrick, is the affordability component needed for this if they're going to be smaller scale, or if we do add the affordability component, are we talking 60% AMI, or where does that fall under?
The affordability component that we have initially looked at for this would be 10% of the units set aside to be affordable to 60% AMI and under. And so the affordability component would basically be a community benefit of allowing this type of product. So it's not that you have to have the affordability component to make it feasible. It's just that is the kind of affordability that we think you could extract from this as a community benefit if you decide to allow this type. Did that make sense?
It does. At this point, I will be in support of this. I still need a noodle on this. I may ask staff for additional information on just what this would look like, just because, as Member Anderson stated, you don't see many of these. So I just need to understand the footprint, understand the R2B areas, and just understand what that looks like, whether it's multiple lots or just a single lot. Member Noonan-Camp.
I support this for a couple of reasons. One is I want our city and our code to be available for the new innovation that we're seeing in housing. Housing is one of the last industries that has not innovated, and it's incredibly expensive to build these stick frame houses these days, or even some of these small scale developments. And the more if we can make the code that we hope will, last for the next couple of decades available to that innovation, I think that that's a smart thing for us to do. And this again helps limit those large scale buildings. I think that the future of really diverse, cohesive, strong communities in our city is more small scale housing instead of this really large scale housing? And how do we do it in a way that feels cohesive and natural into the neighborhood? And doing this by looking at the lot sizes, by fixing some of the unforced errors we currently have in our code that are leading to the bigger buildings that we don't want, this is a way we can address that. And so I support this.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and Member Russell and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So my question is, and I don't know who would have the answer to this, how many large lots do we have available in Inglewood? I mean, we're totally built out. Are there any lots there? Or are we talking about redevelopment?
I assume we're talking about redevelopment. We've done the lot count on the R1B lots or R2, I'm sorry, lots between A and B, and there's somewhere around 2,100 of them. I don't know how many of them. I assume all of them are built out. I don't think there's any that are undeveloped.
And are they used by right? So if the building got torn down and a new building built, would it have to follow the same footprint?
No, I think the use itself that we're talking about in all of the R2 districts are currently allowed right now. Most of what we're dealing with are shifting the standards, so the building footprint could be smaller. So or the lot itself could be smaller as well. So essentially what these changes would do would allow more units within the same or smaller footprint than what's occurring right now.
Okay, and then just one final question. We've had a few large buildings built in the city probably in the last 7 or 8 years, Broadway lofts, Traditions. A lot of these places are partnering with the Inglewood Housing Authority to make affordable apartments, but then in return, the city loses out the schools and the county on sales and use tax because they are tax exempt. So what is the point of making affordable? Doesn't that just happen by developers coming into the city? I mean, it's already happening, even though it wasn't addressed in our code.
I believe that those projects that you're referring to are subsidized through the low-income housing tax credit, which is a federal program that is tax credit. That is basically allowing for affordable development through that program in a development that is majority affordable or almost exclusively affordable. What we are talking about in terms of these incentive packages, these would not be ones that would typically have a partnership with the housing authority, so they would result in the same level of taxation or tax revenue to the city as a market rate unit. What we're looking at here is capturing what would otherwise be a market rate unit and having it be an affordable unit, which is different than the low-income housing tax credit program, which is only going to get funded and only build those units through that program or through those subsidies that are offered at the federal level.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a clarifying question on what you just said. This change doesn't preclude them from participating in those other programs, which would render these properties tax exempt, however. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
We can't rule out the possibility that whoever develops under these new provisions would participate in a program which would make the property tax exempt.
So those are, in order to participate in a tax exempt option, it's called a special limited partnership. They have to do that through the housing authority. The housing authority, I mean, that's probably a question for the housing authority in which, but typically housing authorities are not going to extend that limited special partnership option unless the entire development is designated affordable. And so in these incentives, we're not talking about the entire development being designated affordable, we're talking about a set aside percentage of units.
Right,
So,
but we have no prohibition which would keep them from expanding the affordability so they could participate in those tax programs.
oh, correct. Yeah, well, the housing authority has to choose to partner, right? It's not an automatic, like, oh, if I build affordable units, then automatically I'm tax exempt. That's a question for the housing authority and what their policies and procedures might be around when they make those decisions to partner.
I guess what I'm kind of getting at is if we expand the locations where these types of properties can be built, and then, as Member Russell indicated, we have a housing authority that's friendly to the developers and says, yes, we want more affordability in the city, which is the goal, the stated goal of this council. Then we find ourselves with a bunch of tax exempt properties in our R1, or our R2 district, because we created the environment where those could be built.
I mean, to be clear, there's nothing right now that says you can't build affordable in
Right.
any location in the city. And so this doesn't change that. I don't think the incentives we're talking about, a set aside small proportion of a development being affordable, is not typically something that you would see a housing authority choosing to partner on.
Well,
So these are not going to get tax exemptions. But this doesn't preclude, for example, a low-income housing tax credit or a housing authority project or something else that would be outside the scope of these incentives.
I don't think I'm articulating my point correctly. Maybe my fellow council members
I'm sorry.
follow what I'm saying. We're saying that you can build 12 units now where you didn't used to be able to build 12 units. And right now, that ability does not exist unless you do a PUD, right? But now we're converting that to use by right. And we're saying, as long as you participate in this minimum level of affordability. But under that law, anybody could come in and say, I want to do 12 units, 100% affordable, by partnering with the housing authority, and now my property is tax exempt.
I would just clarify that right now that there is no unit cap at all in the R2B. It's merely a per area. So you could do more than 12 units now. You would just have to make sure you had 3,000 square feet per unit. So we're reducing that requirement and we're capping the unit size.
Okay, so there are some changes which make it less friendly to large, even while we're making changes that make it friendlier. We're kind of doing a hybrid approach, I guess.
Yeah, we're trying to eliminate the really large scale buildings from R2 and reserve them for MU R3 districts. And so the R2 would be capped, although much more friendlier to more units per lot size.
Okay, that's a helpful clarification. Thank you for that, Mr. Brewster. I think this, just to give my opinion on this item, the R2 districts, this is something where I think there's room for me personally to compromise, but there has to be something for my residents in that package. So if I see some movement on what's proposed on R1 that makes the changes far less aggressive than they are now, this would be something I would be willing to discuss further. Otherwise, my default stance is going to be as it has been on all the other proposed changes, no.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward.
Thank you. You can maintain the affordability through the size of the unit, right? Smaller unit.
Smaller units do typically come with more affordability than a larger unit of the same construction year.
Right. Let's say in the same building. And couldn't you guarantee the affordability of them through restrictive covenants in the title? So we're not going back to tax credits or something like that.
Yes, so in the incentive package options, the affordable units that we're designating or targeting to a specific AMI would be controlled through a deed restriction option.
Okay. I would be in favor of this.
Thank you, Member Woodward.
Going to pull belly button
I think
in.
we have 4 there, so we'll go ahead and move on to the next item unless there's more questions on this section. I don't think there was an additional question on the next slide. And I think we're moving on to MUR3 districts. I'm sorry, was that? I thought I heard something.
Chris, you're muted.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
We did not have any questions necessarily on this. I think the direction was clear. This was more just to reaffirm that all of those lot reductions that benefited the smaller scale buildings would also be allowed in the MUR3, which does have a mix of building types. And then the newer element would just be combining the confirming that the prior drafts had that large apartment building as keeping the height limit at 40, but using the no minimum lot area per unit that the current MUR3C district has, and using that for both districts. That then ties into our strategy for having affordability bonuses of the height bonuses and the parking reductions that Molly mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. Any questions on the MUR3? Go ahead, Member Noonan-Kemp.
And just to confirm, I just want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly as we're giving direction here. All of the affordability implications that we're looking at tonight are the voluntary inclusionary policies, not the mandatory, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
Good point of clarification, Member Noonan-Kemp. All right, we're moving on to R1, so just the consideration of 2 to 4 units within R1 districts. First one is just the limited to affordability requirement. I think there may be a couple other ones here that I may want to add on, but so I think this is the reason why we've been having this conversation. I would be interested in moving to the duplex, triplex, quadplex with the requirement that there is one affordable requirement. And my understanding is that it's going to be at 100%. Obviously, as this goes to final review or whatever, if council still has the appetite of moving that direction, I want to understand what that is and how we verify all the other aspects that were brought up tonight. So that is something that, without that requirement, I would not be in favor of moving forward with this at all. So anyone else want to chime in? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I fundamentally don't believe that this accomplishes what we think it accomplishes. I anticipate that the outcome of this will be massive disruption to our neighborhoods through construction, parking, noise, other problems that our R1 neighborhoods don't currently experience, and that we will not make a dent in the affordable housing problem. 1 unit out of 4 that is affordable is a lottery, essentially, because there's going to be massive competition for that. And so if you get it, just like you are lucky to find a home that you can afford now, you'll be the lucky person who has a house that they can afford. Everybody in the neighborhood will be the unlucky people who are living next to 4 neighbors and a construction site for an indefinite amount of time. There are a number of things that I would like to see added to this if council continues down this path, which seems inevitable at this point. Time-based restrictions, such as per block, once a year, or some other type of permitting restriction, which prohibits the lengthy, protracted, sudden shock that a neighborhood will experience when existing stock gets bulldozed and gives way to multifamily development. Other limitations like distancing limitations would be something that I would like to see inserted into this, so that you can't do this on every house on a block or on every corner house. A number of things, but fundamentally, I am opposed to this on its face, and largely because I do not believe that it does what we are promising it will do.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonan-Kemp. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Member Russell, and then Member Noonan-Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything that the Mayor Pro Tem shared. I do not believe it will accomplish what you want it to accomplish, and I do not believe, even though we are touting it as affordable, it will not be affordable to the people who really need it. And so I am not in support of this, and I do, if it moves forward, there absolutely needs to be on-site parking and no on-street parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Noonkamp.
Thank you. We've had a lot of discussion about this over the last few weeks. A lot of great citizen input, a lot of people who have come up with great ideas and shared their thoughts about how do we meet the needs of our city and not lose what we love about our neighborhoods, right? How do we not lose character and cohesion? How do we ensure that we still have neighborhoods where we know our neighbors, where we help each other shovel snow? And I think that we can do that here. And I think that to do that, there are a few things that we need to consider. So broadly, if we move forward with these proposals, which, if we were to do it, I do think a big part of this is to increase home ownership. And so I would like to see the row houses included, but at a cap of 4. I think 8 is too high for our R1 districts, with the affordability requirement. And as we think about how we qualify for the state funding through Prop 123, I also think this is an important thing for us to consider to ensure that we're going to meet that 3% increase year over year to qualify for that program, which could be really helpful for our community. And so I support us moving forward with that with some conditions. So I agree with Member Anderson that the only way that this works is if it can be done within the cohesion of the neighborhood. And so there's actually a photo in the packet tonight in the feasibility study, not in the slide deck, of an example of what kind of a naturally occurring or a duplex that fits in with the neighborhood of the character of the neighborhood. That is what I would like us to see. And I would even like, when we get through this process, to look at what a catalog of pre-approved plans from the city would look like that says, this is what we want it to look like. This is what we will approve within the community. We've seen that in Spokane. We've seen that in South Bend. We've seen that work so that we do have a say over what it looks like. So that's very, very important to me. The second piece is, I know there's been a lot of conversation within the community around the idea of all of these on corner lots. And I've heard a lot of feedback from citizens who say, we really don't like the idea of these corners being built up or kind of these all 4 lots on a corner facing each other and how that would feel to the neighborhood. I agree. I think that feels a little bit odd. I would much prefer what the Mayor Pro Tem suggested of some sort of cap per block. I think that if we think about what is a small kind of incremental way into this where we can study it, we can look at it year over year and say, is this producing the outcomes we intend? I think that's a really thoughtful way to approach it. And maybe, how many per block, what does that look like? And my ultimate goal here is that these are integrated within the neighborhood and that as many of the already the duplexes we already have in R1 and in R1A that people don't even realize they were there because they feel so much like the rest of the neighborhood. How can we try to get us as close to that as possible? And so I think integrating them within blocks instead of stacking the corners is a better way to do that. So I am supportive of this if we have those conditions and if we ensure that the deed restriction would be strong enough to produce the outcomes that we intend.
Thank you, Member Noonkamp. You jumped ahead, but thank you for that. Member Anderson, go ahead.
So if she jumped ahead, what would have been
Well,
missed? 'Cause
no,
I was about to speak
I
to
was
that
going to
subject.
go A, B, C, and D. So the
okay.
first one was limited to affordability requirement, 1 per 25%. The next one was going to be the location limit, whether it's just corner lots, end grains.
Okay.
Member Noonkamp kind of just already discussed there. She added a third, though, which is that the cap on the number, which I was going to bring up as well. And then the consideration of row houses, you stated that you're in favor of it, but at 4 and not anything over 4. Let me see what else. Was there anything else that you mentioned here?
Just the design standards.
Yeah, like
Something-
design standards, pre-approved plans.
Right, maybe it's the bulk plane, whatever we can do to ensure that it doesn't feel completely out of touch.
Right, okay. Thank you. I kept notes of all of this. If you want to go ahead and chime in, Member Anderson, on
Okay.
any and all.
Well, I would say yes, the affordability requirement would be a must for me. And then I would, I think this is the biggest challenge and the biggest question mark for me is the neighborhood scale. And so I think potentially a 12-foot bulk plane could help us meet that requirement. That's something I would like to propose as a limiting factor on the size. And then just, when it, have P&Z work it through when it comes back to us, see some drawing, if we could see some drawings of what it looked like with those restrictions. That's kind of a big contingency factor for me, is what restriction will keep it much more within scale. Because I've seen these around that are just fine. They fit in the neighborhood. There's no, clogging of the streets or anything. They work at a small scale, but we have to make sure they're at that small scale. So that's a big one for me. So I would just suggest that starting with a 12-foot bulk plane as a way to really bring those down in scale would be one thing in R1 as a requirement there in all R1 areas. And then yes, in terms of the limitation on where they can be, I think it's less important to define whether it's corner lots or what lot size. As I think there's some minimum lot size here probably, but limit it to one being built. And I would go further than one a year. I would say one every 3 years per block at the kind of the maximum. And that way it gives us time. If this doesn't, if we're seeing these get built and the scale isn't right, or they're not producing the results that we want, we can go back to the drawing board. This isn't the last time this could ever be considered, and future councils can go back and redraft this if it's not accomplishing the aims that we're aiming at accomplishing. So I think that limitation is really important. So I would say something like, a limit on the lot size, whether it's 8,000 or something like that. But just one per block. So, you can only one permit could be pulled every 3 years for any particular block. That's kind of where I would land.
Thank you, Member Anderson.
My hand's up.
Go ahead, Member Wink, and then I'm not sure if it was Member Woodward and then Member Russell, but we'll figure it out. Go ahead, Member Wink.
Thanks, Mayor. I couldn't agree more with my colleagues. I absolutely align in the idea of limiting the placement on these corner lots. And I also believe that if we're moving forward with, or if we're considering this row house style, 4 is still a little much for me, but it's certainly absolutely better than 8. I think 8 is absolutely out of the question. So I appreciate Member Noonan bringing that up. I like Anderson's suggestion about spacing out the timing of perhaps one per block, even adding that space and time for the community to sort of, use it as a pilot, see how we feel, see how we're going, adjust as necessary. So I do like, I think all in all, I would agree with probably everything Member Noonan said. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wink. Member Woodward, and then Member Russell.
Thank you. I'm in favor of what the Mayor Pro Tem had suggested, and I'm having a real problem doing this without knowing where we're doing it. And for me, this is just being done a little bit backwards. I'd rather do the second part first and then do this part. So with the well, let me leave it at that. I'm having a problem with R1 districts in a general tone saying, go ahead and do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Russell.
Thank you. And I have a comment to what Member Anderson suggested. I wish that we could do that. I really do. But once we've made this decision, you have entered into a covenant with the developers that are going to buy all those corner lots. And then if you decide, oh, we don't want to do this, we want to take it back, the city can be sued. I also think that the city probably can be sued for what we're choosing to do right now if we violate the covenant of the R1 districts. And so I think that we need to decide what we're doing now before we go ahead with it and decide that we're going to change our minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Wink, your hand's still up. Member Anderson.
I have a follow-up on Member Russell's question for our city attorney, Mr. Entria, that does the city have authority to change zoning restrictions within zoning rules to allow them to be both either more restrictive or less restrictive? Is there legal liability on changing them to be less or more restrictive down the road?
Well, we'd have to look into exact liability on if a particular property has a covenant or a deed at that time, the city can change its zoning.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to piggyback on that question. So can you give us an example of what would be considered a taking if we change zoning? Or is there such a thing as a taking if we change zoning? Let's say a developer buys a lot, intending to develop it, and between the time that he buys the lot, he has a use by right. Council changes the zoning so that that is no longer a use by right. Is there any case law or standing law that you're familiar with that would consider that to be a taking?
Mayor Pro Tempore, I would have to research that and get back to you. But just so I understand, it's if the city were to change zoning, a developer were to begin to develop the land, and then the city changed zoning again, would that be a taking if we change the zoning back to what it was?
Right. I guess my question is, if we pass zoning that's more restrictive than what's in place, are we taking something from the property owner?
I would have to research that and get
Okay.
back to you.
That would be helpful information for me to have as well, because I think that would inform any decision in the future on potentially rolling these back. If we're opening and letting the genie out of the bottle, and we can't put them back in, that's problematic.
So Deputy City Attorney, can we just get like legal ramifications to any decisions that we're considering regarding any zoning changes on this? Just what's been brought up tonight, but just any legal, between you and the City Attorney's Office, just legal ramifications for changes in zoning as part of this Code Next project. What's been discussed?
Yes, we can look into that, Mayor.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I think it was Member Noonan-Camp and then Member Anderson.
Sure. To Member Anderson's point and in the idea of limiting how many of these per block, how many permits can get pulled per year, the reason I'm in support of something like that, and we can talk about what's the right number, is that as we address the needs of our city and as we acknowledge that the metro is changing, that Inglewood is changing, that we have new needs, every neighborhood in the city is probably going to experience some change. Like there is broad change. And so we have to decide how does that get distributed, right? So if you look at that map and you look at where we currently have the ability to build missing middle housing, R2 and MU, it's not very much of the whole city. It's like an eighth. If you think about our commercial district, our industrial district, we have to look at the entire map and see how do we spread some of this need out. But no neighborhood should be forced to undergo radical, broad-scale change overnight. And so I think a really thoughtful, incremental approach to how can we meaningfully increase the missing middle housing stock that we know that we need, but not succumb any one neighborhood to mass change overnight is the way forward here. And I think limiting one per block is a way to do that. Maybe we limit how many permits we can pull, and then we can look and adjust. Not to say that we're going to willy-nilly move these things back and forth. We are taking a very thoughtful approach here, but we have to look at the entire map and spread out the change so that it's not disproportionately felt by just one neighborhood or the other.
Thank you. Member Anderson.
I had one more restriction I wanted to talk about regarding this. Is now okay? Are we caught up on consensus on things?
I actually was going to chime in on some of the comments. So let me chime in first. So my preference would be to limit to corner lots. And by limited to corner lots, you also limit the amount that a block could change. So you would be limited to 4 per block over a specific time frame. And I am in favor of a time-based approach, whether it's 1 every 3 years, 1 every 5 years, whatever it happens to be. The other aspect of it is the parking situation. Because you're on a corner lot, you do have parking on 2 sides. So I do like the idea of having parking on site as part of a garage, but also we know that there's going to be a second car, friends coming over. There's going to be a need for additional parking. So I think it just makes sense to have that. I'm still a little bit unsure about the whole ingrain aspect of it. I really do want to limit the impact to a neighborhood. So if we're allowing the ingrain, I need to physically see it within the city to see what that potential impact could be. So I guess what I would want to see is just maybe 4 per block at most, including the ingrain. But I want to make sure that definition is very clear so that we don't run into situations where we're like, oh, well, this is actually part of that block or whatever. I want to make sure that that's pretty clear. I'm in favor of row houses. I think that it would be easier to get garages into row houses. I'm in favor of the design standards as well that were discussed, whether it's the 12-foot bulk plane. But I just want to get some ideas from staff on what it is that we're able to do to limit, the feel of what these are in the neighborhood. The other aspect of it was, as you mentioned, in terms of the current, triplexes or multifamilies that exist in R1s. There's one at the end of my block. I've never seen them like in the middle of a block. So when we first started constructing these back in the 1940s, and before we changed the zoning, they were allowed, but I never really saw them in the middle of a block. So if there are examples of them existing in the middle of the block, I like to see them, but they always seem to be on the corners. And so I'd rather just get some clarification that they do exist today, and what I'd just like to understand where they're at, and so I can kind of see what that impact may be if we were to move forward with this. So, Member Anderson and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm supportive of, I think the corner lots as well. That's fine to me, as long as we have that limit on one per block over the period of time.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
First of all, Councilman Anderson, I want to say your idea about time-based limitations and limitations on the number of permits per block is so ingenious it could have come from my own head. Secondly, corner lots. I think corner lots, we're establishing winners and losers, and I'm not so focused on the corner lots as I am on a limitation per block or per distance, keeping in mind that some blocks in Inglewood have 8 houses and some have 15 houses. I think we would say a maximum of X, but no more than Y per block or something, or Y per X feet or something, I don't know. We'd have to shape that out, but setting a per block standard doesn't take into account the fact that our blocks have a different number of houses based on the way the city's platted out. I'm happy to see some restrictions coming forward on this. I have a lot of heartburn over changes to R1 districts, and I'm not sure that the ultimate package is going to be something I can vote for. But one of my big concerns here is sudden shock to neighborhoods, and I appreciate council honoring that concern by trying to put some reasonable restrictions on this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Nunekamp.
Sure, I'll just address the corner piece. I think that your point about parking and surface area, of course, it all makes sense. And I think these corner lots should be available to this kind of change. I just don't think it should be limited, because I think, to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, then you start to say certain lots kind of get targeted, and then you kind of drive all of the density in one place, where I think actually if it's more evenly distributed throughout the neighborhood, it doesn't feel as shocking or as radical of a change. I'm thinking of a duplex right now in my district in R1, I think it's R1A, that you would barely even know is a duplex. It fits right in with the neighborhood, it's right in the middle of a block, it's very well kept by lovely people. And so I think that there's a way we can shoot for that, but I would like it to feel more cohesive instead of just these big corner blocks. Now, if one gets built there because it's available, then that can happen. But again, that might be then the one on that block based on the cap.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. Mayor Pro Tem.
Member Nunekamp did bring up one final thing that I forgot to mention earlier, which is her reference to the study. The photo in the study, I think she's referencing the photo on page 16 of the packet. One notable characteristic of this unit is that it is a single story, just one story. And I think that's one of the things that has caused some difficulty in areas that saw massive change because of what council did to the bulk plane in 2014, is those tall properties are far more disruptive to the neighborhoods than just densification in general is. And I would be supportive of a single story restriction.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to chime in on the open it up to any part of the block, because and I'll just throw my thoughts out there. I'm not sure if they're realistic, but and I guess if we're putting the time-based restriction, then it would alleviate that concern. But my concern is that obviously by just limiting to just corner lots, you're limiting how much can change in a given year because you only have the 4 lots. But if we were to put a restriction on 4 per block regardless of whether it's corner, who's to say that 4 wouldn't just change immediately? You're just giving more opportunity. There we go. I think it's back on. Okay, so yeah, just to my point is like you could possibly have 4 just changing immediately if we were to limit to 4 per block. That would be my concern there. I still have concerns about the parking aspect of it, but obviously that's something that we can discuss. If we put the time-based restriction on there, that would alleviate that concern as well. So that's, I guess, where my thoughts are in terms of opening it up to the entire neighborhood. But go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
I hear your concern, and I think that there's a smart way we can address it without driving all the density to these kind of like overloaded corners. I think that we can, maybe it's 1 permit on each block per year, right? Like you can't have a ton of change overnight. We can think about what is that limitation so that it doesn't feel really radical, that the community doesn't feel really blindsided. I'm really open to that. My only comment on the Mayor Pro Tem's point about the single story, do I hope that these are all single story? Yes, 100%, I do. But I am hesitant to impose restrictions on new construction that current houses do not also have. So, you know, on my street, I live in a neighborhood with a lot of ranch houses. There are 2 houses that are new builds that are 2 stories. They have the ability under current code to do that. We can look at the bulk plan. We can look at to see the things we can do to make sure this is cohesive. But I don't want to make certain restrictions. I don't want to pick winners and losers when it comes to what certain people are allowed to build based on whether it's a duplex or a single family.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. I think just to move the conversation forward, I think I'm open. I don't think we gave direction on really corner or any part within the neighborhood. It did seem like there were more in favor of just anything. It could be anything within the block. There would be some sort of limit. There would be a time-based. Yeah, it would be time-based, whether it's 1 every 3 years, 1 every 5 years, or that's something that we can continue discussing as we move forward in these discussions. There does seem to be design standards that are wanted by members of council. Let me see what else am I missing here. Row houses was a yes, from what I can understand. And then I think going with the design standards, I do like your idea of catalog, pre-approved plans within a catalog, or just I do like the idea of having like a courtyard structure or just something that does meld in with the neighborhood a lot better than some of the new builds that we're seeing around the city. So love to get ideas from staff on what that looks like. I'll let Member Anderson speak, and then I kind of want to go back to the slides to talk about what we're saying we don't want to see in the neighborhoods that were part of the description. But go ahead, Member Anderson.
I would say on the catalog of plans, that seems to me like a slightly longer term project. If we can at least limit the scale for now, and then give staff time over the next number of months or something to come up with some plans that we could adopt that we're confident would meet the needs, then I'd be happy to see that. I did have one other restriction I want to throw out there, and this is a concern, and I gotta just thank the citizens, especially those who were critical of this, but wanted to really have the conversation and improve it, because I think a lot of the ideas we're talking about now came from those folks, and this one is no exception to that. But one concern was raised that I think is really valid, that we want to kind of mitigate against, and that is the idea that a developer could come in and buy up 2 lots and push them together to meet the lot size requirement, and therefore open up, suddenly the whole city is open up to this. So I would just want to put a time restriction on the lot. The lots have to be a legacy lot in some way. They have to, exist in their form for at least 2 years or 5 years. It can't, in other words, it can't a minor subdivision that produces a larger lot has to be some number of years old. And I guess I would just throw out like 2 or 3 years old, because that's going to disincentivize developers not going to buy up 2 lots and then sit on them for multiple years in order to get there. I don't want to make it illegal to combine lots for whatever reason, but to put a cooling off period on that lot so developers aren't incentivized to come in and slam lots together to meet the requirement and build one.
Thank you, Member Anderson. That one, I am going to have to. Well, I like the idea of it. I like the fact that we're trying to prevent something from happening, that one of those unintended consequences, right? I need to understand the feasibility of it, to use the word that we were using earlier, whether or not a 2-year is going to actually, dissuade a developer, whether or not that's a word, but prevent them from actually going down that route, whether it's 2 years, 5 years, whatever. I'm also trying to figure out what lots can potentially be impacted by this if we were to do this without your restrictions. So I guess in the favor of just to move it forward, I like to see that as well, but I need to just understand what that impact is. Anyone else? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Or is this, maybe we could have our consultant or staff weigh in. Would this solve a problem, or is there a better way of preventing this potential unintended consequence? Or
Yeah, we're familiar with the issue. We've seen it addressed different ways. What makes the most sense for your context, we'll need to look a little bit closer at it. But that is one of the reasons some of the lot maximums were put in place to prevent the overscaled projects from happening. It could be the dealing something with the legacy lots, as you suggest. It could be just an out prohibition on lot mergers, or it could be the maximum lot size. So, if you had 2 really small lots together, maybe you would want them to be merged. So there's a number of different factors that we could look at that could play into that decision. But we understand the issue, and I think there might be something unique to your situation that would solve it.
And as far as our current code, it kind of does something similar to that, in that it only allowed those urban lot developments if they were platted or subdivided at the date of adoption. So I think that's what Chris has kind of mentioned, that that's how our current code does it. I don't know if that's the right way for this code to do it, but we can definitely look at any other options.
We could say, for example, that only lots that meet this requirement, in 2023 would be open, lot size, meet that lot size, that have to be a lot that's currently in existence.
Yeah, that's what the current code does.
Okay.
For urban
I'm
lots and some of the smaller
open to
lot
that.
developments. So yeah, we could certainly look into any of those options.
And I'm open to, staff wants to, study it and bring something back after, when it goes to P&Z, that, we don't need to decide it tonight, but something that prevents that problem in a way that works for Inglewood.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm curious how that would affect row house development, though. If I have a 10,000 square foot lot and I want to put row houses on it, how does that change affect it? Because don't they have to be separately?
They do. So yeah, that's something that we'd have to look at. 'Cause,
Okay.
To go through all the items that you guys have addressed tonight or given us direction on tonight, and try to come up with some sort of strategy that addresses all of those. Because if we're trying to incentivize the row house or ownership development, then we need them subdivided. So it's going to be a lot of fun for us.
Awesome, thank you. Have fun.
So just a question for staff, and actually, Ms. Fitzpatrick, actually, I'll ask a question before I get to staff, but so actually something that just hit me is that we currently do have duplexes, triplexes in some R1 areas. How do we is there any way that we can incentivize those to stay in their current state, or how can we incentivize the ones that are currently renters in those locations, just because that may be affordable today? And how do we keep it affordable moving forward if we were to make these changes?
At least from staff perspective, it's an item that you guys have discussed a number of times, and that you would allow small changes in non-conforming properties, such as duplexes in R1A. I think we've heard from some of the community members that, right now, they're able to stay as is. They can't really expand. They really don't have any options. But if we make some changes to our non-conforming statutes, it might allow them to, maybe add an extra bedroom that fits the market better, or do some incremental changes that aren't necessarily, I think one gentleman has said, I could tear it down and build up 2 new single-family homes at 2 stories, but all he really wants to do is improve his property, maybe add an extra bedroom or add a garage, which right now he can't do. So it's kind of opening those doors and removing some of those limitations on our nonconformities that, at least to us, to our staff, it's a viable option for them, and it provides that incentive to keep them kind of as is with just smaller changes.
Thank you. And I guess, go ahead, Member Woodward.
What you just described, for me, I would like to keep as an administrative change that is done in your office. I don't know why we would want to get involved in that.
Sounds good. And I'll push it back to staff. Staff, can we go up to slide 19 on this? So from the conversations that we've had tonight, I just want to make clear of what it is that we're discussing is going to be feasible. So on the top left-hand corner, we're still saying yes to that, correct? Just moving to the right on the screen, I think we're saying no to that one, correct? Or that could potentially still exist today within R1 areas, correct? The one in the middle, top middle?
That's just the bulk, that's just a depiction of the bulk plan.
But we can't have anything that's just, well, I guess technically we could, right? So
You could build
okay.
single family,
Yeah, well, single family, that's,
that size, right?
yeah, that lot density. Okay. The one on the right, we've said no just because too many units. We basically kept it at 4 within an R1. I think we had consensus on that. Bottom right, also no. Because that looks like that's multiple units there, but I can't tell.
Chris, can you chime in? I believe all 4 of these are the representations on the right. The first one is of the bulk plane kind of tent. The other 3 are 3 different, I believe, 2 to 4 unit designs that we see across the city.
Okay.
But I think what we've heard is to really be restrictive on the design requirements.
Right, okay.
To essentially get the one at the bottom middle or something similar to that
Right.
type of development. If that's what we are.
I think that's the best way to state it, yes. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
And I would say even smaller scale than the bottom middle. And I think that's what I was talking about with reducing the bulk plane, is to limit the bulk that those would reach. And I think maybe the 12-foot bulk plane would help accomplish that.
Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
I agree. I think we should consider those design changes, and I'm hopeful that Ms. Fitzpatrick and Root will continue to be part of that conversation to ensure that with those changes, that this still is a feasible option for development, both from traditional developers and mission-driven developers.
Member Woodward?
Did we decide to eliminate row houses on those corner lots?
We did not. So row houses is something that,
I think that's actually a pretty good place for row houses. So I would like to see something like that there.
but it does sound like there may be some added challenges with row houses based off what we discussed today, but obviously staff will come back with what's possible. So with that, I guess, members of staff, have we given enough direction tonight?
We have a lot of direction here. I think it's going to be just a challenge on our part to make sure we've consolidated
Right.
everybody's thoughts, specifically regarding this last segment, and just making sure that we've got kind of all those checkpoints. A lot of really good ideas expressed here today as far as how to proceed forward with some different nuances. So I think we've got our marching orders ahead of different elements to investigate and report back to you with some options and suggestions.
Thank you, Mr. Ashby. Member Anderson and then Member Noonekamp.
I wanted to just make a couple of suggestions just for the, not for specifically on the R1 stuff, but on how we go about this. I listened to the steering committee, and there was some objection from the steering committee of putting our affordability requirements into code because it made it potentially making it more difficult to change or not adaptable enough. And I think it makes a lot of sense to put the land use and the requirement for affordability within code, but then have housing affordability policy that could be set by council that doesn't require going through code. And then the other thing I would want to see with this, since this is the more controversial piece, I think we owe it to our citizens and to kind of split this one out. If we could split in terms of keep it on the same timeline and everything with the rest of Code Next, but separate it out as two different ordinances so that all the P&Z members and council members all get a chance to vote yes or no on this one without having to vote yes or no on the whole package. So those are some things I would like to recommend if council's amenable to it.
Thank you, members. And just as clarification, just any changes within R1, which includes the ADUs, or just the
No, just the
multifamily?
2 to 4 unit.
2 to 4 unit.
Yeah.
That makes, I would be in agreement with that. Member Newcamp.
I'm in agreement with that. I have a separate issue I can bring up after you ask if you want. Okay.
Actually, good point. Let me just get consensus from members of council. Would you want to see, go ahead, Member Wink, you have your hand up.
I'm in agreement with that proposal very much.
Anyone in disagreement with the proposal that Member Anderson just stated? Okay. I still need to figure out the first one, but I'll be in agreement with tonight in terms of the land use versus code. So go ahead, Member Nunecamp.
Yeah, I just want to say that that was a request that I heard from several community members, was to separate them out, and so I think that's a good move for us. I am about to change the subject, but still on housing, if we're ready for that now.
Does it still pertain to
Yes.
what we're discussing?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Member Nunecamp.
So as I've engaged with the community and lots and lots of conversations, one thing that has come up over and over again from citizens was, how can we better use the areas that are underutilized right now in our city for housing? So how do we look at commercial areas that, where do we have open land? How can we think about driving affordability? And again, I continue to look at our zoning map. I continue to look and say, we've got around 6 square miles here. How do we use that really well to meet our citizens' needs? And in my research on housing policy, one idea that has come up is what some states have passed where, and I'm looking potentially in our I district, where if a developer wants to build an affordable unit or a unit with a certain amount of affordability, that they would be able to build it by right in traditionally commercially zoned areas. And so this is something that, the citizens have brought me, and I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at the I district, and I'm looking at, is that something that I'm asking, based on what a citizen has brought to me, is that something this council is interested in discussing, potential greater use by right, which we know reduces the cost and is an attractive incentive to the developer, if we had some sort of affordability requirement in that? Really, if you're looking at our zoning map, it's a really large section of our community, and it's along our TOD corridor. It's along our light rail corridor where we do see the value for housing. So I'm bringing that to this council since I heard it from the community, and to see if there's any interest in that.
Thank you, Member Nunecamp. Just a question. So when we're talking about affordability, are we talking about 30 to 60%? Or are we talking 80%, 100%? Because I think with the plan that we're discussing now, it's more for 100% and up. So what we haven't been discussing during this conversation is anything 60 and below.
I think that that's up to us to decide, obviously up to work with our partners here to see what the feasibility is. But if we want to look at what incentives do we have, what carrots do we have, what land do we have to address these problems, this is one that I've continually heard from citizens about, what are we doing with all this underutilized land in the city that's not going towards housing currently?
I'll chime in. I don't know if I have enough information to say that I'm open to exploring it, but I don't have enough information to say whether I'm yes or no on the issue today. I need to understand what that would mean, what the potential impacts could be within the industrial zone, what the industrial zone currently entails. So I just need a little bit more information. I'm open to the idea because again, if we're targeting the 30 and 60%, that's something we're not targeting yet, or 80%. So I'd be open to the discussion. Member Anderson?
I would just say I'm open to if it's a good place for apartments, to allowing it by right, whether it's affordable or not. I am concerned that this proposal is coming a little late in the game for Code Next, so I don't support it this time around, but I'm not opposed to the idea.
Anyone else? Member Wink? Your hand's up, so.
To Member Nooningham's suggestion?
Correct.
Yeah, I got myself distracted looking at tiny home villages. I think it's a good idea.
So actually, Member Camp, were you looking to have this discussion as part of this whole Code Next, or is this a separate phase 3 or phase 2 kind of discussion?
I don't want to unnecessarily delay Code Next. I think we've been working on it for a very long time. I also know that we are having this conversation currently, and it has come up multiple times in conversations that I've had with residents, and so I did want to bring it here. I also know, and what we have said all along, is that our code is one tool we have in our toolbox to address affordable housing. It is by no means going to solve it for our community, especially when it comes to deeply affordable units. So if that's a conversation we want to have in a subsequent housing strategy conversation, I'm really open to that, but I did want to make sure that I raised it here.
Sounds great, Member Noonkamp. Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I would be interested in looking at it, but I'd be interested looking at it as market type rates as opposed to affordability, although affordability could be a part of that, but not eliminate market. I think market rates produce affordability. So.
Thank you,
that's my
Member
thought.
Woodward. Yeah. And the timing of it, Member Woodward, I think we would have 4 in terms of looking at it, but just something outside of this Code Next process. We don't want to slow it down, so. Yep, okay, perfect. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I just had a question on next steps because I feel like I'm satisfied with the direction we've given, that it can now be considered by P&Z. I don't know if I think they should be able to weigh in, and we've given some ideas. Maybe they have a different way of accomplishing some of the same ends, but I just wanted to state from where I'm sitting, I feel like I've given sufficient to know to see what P&Z wants to do with it before we see it again, personally.
And members of staff, do you want to talk about the next steps in terms of the process? I like where Member Anderson is going with this, but I also wonder, with everything that we threw out there and with some consensus not being made, does it make sense for it to come back to us still, or do you feel you have enough to go back to P&Z? Or go as the next step is P&Z?
Honestly, I think it might be best that we come back here one last time to go over just some items that we may not have complete consensus on, or it's kind of wavering. But I think y'all still had a few items that you wanted to see from us that I'd rather bring back now rather than at adoption time. I know, Mayor, you asked for a few items
I agree.
that we
Yeah.
want to bring it back and make sure we're bringing the product that you all are expecting to see.
Yep.
Along with that, we also have plans. Once we get to that draft stage, we have plans to do more community outreach, some larger meetings with some of our boards and commissions. And then we're working with our UDC steering committee on how they want to review the document. So we're working on kind of that process. It's just not concrete right now.
Okay, I agree with that. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I feel like I want to push back on that a little bit, because I think the P&Z is, we're supposed to, obviously we've given some ideas and direction, but I think P&Z plays a critical role in this process. And I really want them to not just either rubber stamp or reject everything we've done, but to actually weigh in on it, bring something back. So that would be my, my preference is to get before we see it again, get their approval or rejection of the ideas. So I don't think we need another study session on it. I don't think I need another study session on it. With the general direction we've given, I feel like there's enough there, and I'm ready to put to P and Z personally. I don't know if we have enough on council that agree with that.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else want to weigh in from council? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Yeah, I already stated that I would like to see stuff and narrow it down a whole lot more. So I am not ready to just say P and Z, do what you want and come back to us with that. In fact, even pushing it a little further, I'd like to see us get into one of the little buses and drive in some of the streets saying, yeah, how are we going to put, corner buildings on with parking on Dartmouth and that, or Oxford, those types of things. So, yeah, I want to have some input on the bigger picture.
Okay.
And I might add, we do have plans to present the presentation and the conversation from tonight to the steering committee next Tuesday. We also have plans for Molly to come speak to the steering committee, I believe. Let me look at my calendar. I believe it's scheduled for the 18th of April. So we are planning to have additional discussions with them on these items, not to just, present the information that you guys have given us, but also to hear their feedback, that we can bring that back to you all whenever we come back.
Thank you, Mr. Isham. Member Noonekamp.
I would just thought I would weigh in. I'm happy if it goes to P and Z, acknowledging also that that's an opportunity for a public hearing. But if the council, if there are only two of us who want to do that, we can have another conversation. But I think we've given a lot of direction, and getting that next level of feedback is helpful.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. I think I'm in favor of just keeping it with the current schedule. I could see the benefit of going directly to P and Z, but I'm just thinking about the process. There's, public hearing. We could potentially push it back to P and Z for, I'd like to stay with the current schedule, the current process. So I don't see any further questions. Everyone, good discussion tonight. Thank you very much to all of you for the information and for answering all our questions. And with that, we'll take a 10-minute break. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm just not clear on what we concluded on that, Mayor. You said keep with the current schedule. So does that mean it comes back for another study session?
So it's going to come back to another study session here with us.
Okay. Yeah.
And I believe it was the 18th. Did I get that date correct?
We don't have a date for
We
a
don't have
study
a date
session
yet?
with you
Okay.
all. The 18th was a study session with our steering committee to go over.
Oh, March 18th. Okay, so.
April 18th. April 18th, sorry.
Okay. So it's April 18th.
That's when we're planning to have Molly come speak to the UDC steering committee.
Okay.
Our next
But you're meeting
meeting-
with the UDC next Tuesday as well.
Next Tuesday on the 21st, Chris will be present to present on items from tonight's discussion
Okay.
to the steering committee as well.
Okay, so we'll have to get something on the schedule for late April or May to bring it back to council. Okay.
I don't have an opinion one way or the other on which direction it should go. I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure I was clear on what the process was.
Sounds good. I haven't heard anyone, or I haven't heard a majority chime in that they want to push it directly to P and Z, so. If I'm wrong in that, let me know now, so. Very good. All right, everyone. Thank you very much, and let's just come back at right around 9 o'clock, because I can't tell. So we'll meet back up at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. Members of council, if you could be seated. Members of council, if you're able to be seated. All right. Thank you, everyone. I think we're all back. Moving on to agenda item 6A. This is Council Bill 9, electric grounding facilities easement at Bellevue Park. Here with us is Open Space Manager, Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf, Adrian Torres, and Land Specialist, Kenneth Harris. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us back tonight. I'd like to introduce Kenneth Harris. Him and his team will give a brief overview of the project and we'll answer any of your questions.
Good evening. Thanks for having us. My name is Kenny Harris, and I'd like to introduce Larry Claxton, who's a project manager on virtually, and he'll be giving us a summary of our project.
Yeah, thanks, Kenny. I just realized that my name is coming across as Kenny Harris. I am Larry Claxton, principal agent with Xcel Energy's Siting and Land Rights Department, and was the lead in permitting and outreach for the transmission line rebuild project that goes through Bellevue Park. I see that I'm coming in a little bit fuzzy, so I apologize for that. So what we're talking about tonight is the Bellevue Park ball field that is partially under the transmission line, and the need to ground the chain link fence that surrounds the ballpark. And we would be doing this by installing 21 ground rods and connecting those to a cable that would be buried along the perimeter. And what this will do is it assures that there's no stray voltage associated with the transmission line energization. And it just helps protect the public so that if they grab that fence that they don't have a shock. And so what we're asking tonight is that you approve the easement that the city would grant to a public service company to be able to install this grounding infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Claxton. Anything further from staff before I open it up questions to council?
No.
Perfect. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Is there any current danger to the public right now?
There's not. We've installed some ground rods, some short ground rods on the fence that's within the transmission line easement. The rest of the grounding is really to help protect against any faults. So right now, there's no public risk.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
When you say the rest of the grounding is to protect against faults, what are you talking like transmission line falls and makes contact with the fence type of fault, or?
No, faults such as lightning strikes, or if there's some problem with the transmission line in the future. First off, if there is a fault, then we would have protection at the substations, but there would be a split second that there's a potential risk if we didn't have the grounding in place. So that, very, very low chance of that happening with our operation of the line. But ground, lightning strikes, there's always that risk with transmission towers that they would get struck.
Okay, and is this based on our concern that with the transmission line overhead and a metal fence on the ground, there might be some induced current from the transmission line above, or am I on the wrong track there?
No, and we do have, we have Josh Ratliff, who's our engineer. He could probably answer that.
Yep, I can answer that. And the current is, we will have some stray voltage or induced current just from the location of the fence to the line. We are, meeting all safety clearances as designed. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 9?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show, 7 ayes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation.
All right, thank you very much.
Moving on to the next agenda item, Council Bill 15. This is the South Broadway Complete Streets Project. Here tonight is Mr. Keener with the Public Works Capital Project Engineer. Good evening, Mr. Keener.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Do we have the presentation? Okay. All right, sorry about that. I'm Capital Projects Engineer Devin Keener, and tonight I will be presenting on 2 IGAs, the first of which is the Broadway Complete Streets IGA with CDOT. So now I'll jump in with some background on this IGA. This is a CDOT project to encourage alternative transportation along Broadway. The figure on the right side of the screen here shows the general project area. It is South Broadway and South Sherman Street from US 285 all the way down to Belleview Avenue. Getting into the specifics of this IGA, in this project. So this project proposes 1.6 miles of bike lane on South Sherman Street in either direction for a total of 3.2 miles of new bike lane on South Sherman Street. So the intent is to move cyclists off of Broadway, bring them to a residential street, making it safer. In addition to the cyclist route, we will provide upgrades to 16 existing bus stops. Specifically, the upgrades will include new shelters, new seating, bike racks, trash receptacles, new lighting, and new landscaping. Lastly, we are proposing improvements to pedestrian accessibility and mobility. This includes street signage and wayfinding signs to bus routes and local city trails, as well as ensuring that Broadway is ADA compliant. This next slide, I will discuss the project timeline. We are planning to execute this IGA with council approval this month, and hopefully we will start construction by next summer. So the construction completion date shown here is a little aggressive. We think that a more realistic date here for construction completion is actually going to be summer of 2025, so I apologize for that. Now we're taking a look at the $7.5 million budget here. CDOT is picking up the lion's share at about $6.6 million or 88%. That's great for Inglewood because that leaves us at 12% or $905,000, which we have adequate funding for in the Broadway Streetscape Fund number shown on the screen. So staff feels that the 12% contribution is a really good deal for what we're getting, considering that this includes the design and the construction of the improvements along Broadway and South Sherman Street. It is recommended that the city enter into this IGA with CDOT. At this time, I'll open up to questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Keener. Mayor Pro Tem, start us off with questions.
I drive this section of South Broadway quite frequently. My house, the Ward family estate, is located off of Tufts and Broadway. My question is there a way, as we're making these improvements, to include some repaving in that, as Broadway sometimes resembles a moonscape and is quite difficult to drive at times?
So are you speaking to repaving Broadway specifically in this area? Yes, so we're planning on repaving this section of Broadway. I believe before this project starts would be the goal.
Okay. And then second question, this is Dr. Cog money. Mayor, is this one of your gets? Did you bring this money in as our Dr. Cog board member?
This one was from earlier this year, I believe. So, or trying to think.
This actually, as the sub-regional group of Dr. Cog, the Arapahoe County Transportation Forum recommended this. Former Director DeAndre and Deputy Director Hose, I believe probably Projects Engineer Keener also probably works on this. But yes, it was proposed first to the sub-region, and then the Dr. Cog board did, I think it was a unanimous vote.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of the timing, whether it was earlier this year or late last year, but.
It was last year.
Yeah.
Late last year.
I would like to say anytime we're leveraging $7.5 million of regional funds for the benefit of the city of Inglewood, that's a good day here. So I'm proud to see this money going towards public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward, and then Member Noonekamp.
My question was the paving also, so will the paving be done this year, or is it?
I don't believe that the paving will be done this year. I would have to get back to you on the exact year that we're going to do it. If Deputy Director Tim Hose would like to come up and speak to that.
Good evening, I'm Tim Host, Deputy Director of Public Works. The paving is actually city-funded funds for that, and it will be done after the improvements are done on Broadway, after all the concrete work and the bus pads are done. The plan is probably going to be 25 when the paving will happen. Once all the improvements are installed, we'll be able to go through and put a fresh layer of asphalt on that whole thing. Like I said, it's falling apart pretty well, but the plan is to get all these improvements done and then resurface the whole thing, and it'll look like a brand-new road, so.
Great, thank you.
Member Noonekamp, and then Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I didn't see this listed in the council communications. I just am double checking that all of these multimodal improvements are in alignment with our existing walk and wheel plan and the strategy that we've already set out for where we want bike lanes and those kinds of things in the city.
I believe that's correct. Tim, would you like to speak more to that?
Sure. Yeah, the Sherman Street is part of the walk and wheel plan. It's a designated bike route. So this will be a gap in that we'll fill with this project.
Great. Thank you so much. And congrats on the incredible grant.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. When I was reading through the strategic plan, it said this, I think it said this project was moving forward with challenges. Did I read that wrong? It had a yellow triangle on it.
I'll have to, do either of you know the answer to that? And unfortunately, Deputy City Manager Dodd, who marks those, notes those, is not here tonight. So we'll get you information on why that's marked as such.
Okay, because I don't know if it was staffing or if it was finances, but and one other question that I have, it says that the bike lane is going to be on Sherman from Hampton to Bellevue. Well, Sherman doesn't go through all the way to Bellevue.
So actually, the bike lane starts at Shenango. It'll be between Shenango and 285. As you said, Sherman stops at Shenango there, so that's where the bike lane will come back over to Broadway at that point and try to merge somehow there. That is a difficult transition, but yeah, we can't get all the way to Bellevue on Sherman, so we've got to jog back over at Shenango there.
Okay, thank you.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Sure, I just wanted to speak to Member Russell's question, looking at the packet with a quick search. I think that the 285 Broadway interchange project is the one that's listed, not the Complete Streets Broadway project.
Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 15?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. It's great news moving forward with that. So moving on next to Council Bill 16. This is the South Broadway Hawk Signal. Mr. Keener, you're up again.
All right, again, Mayor, City Council, I'm Capital Projects Engineer Devin Keener. This will be my final presentation of the evening on the 3400 block South Broadway Hawk Signal IGA with CDOT. Before I begin, I would like to explain what a hawk signal is for those of you who may not be familiar with this traffic device. So it stands for High Intensity Activated Crosswalk. It's similar to a regular traffic signal, but this is pedestrian activated instead of being activated by a car coming up. So as you can see on the image on the screen, this project is located at the mid-block crossing in downtown Inglewood. There are a high volume of pedestrians that cross here, 50 pedestrian crossings per hour at peak times. The existing flashing beacons shown in that photo do not provide the level of safety that we would like to see at this location. So flashing beacons have about a 60% compliance rate. They contribute also to increased rear-end collisions, while a hawk signal provides roughly a 95% compliance rate or vehicle stop rate. So the goal here is to remove those existing flashing beacons and then replace it with a hawk signal. So realizing this safety concern, staff applied for and was awarded a grant from CDOT for this hawk signal. Now we are currently looking to execute this IGA for design and construction. So this slide details what the hawk signal looks like. The image on the left shows the full mast. Like I said earlier, it kind of looks like a regular traffic signal. The image on the right is a close-up, and this shows what the signals look like. It's got instructions up there as well for the cars, or for the drivers in the cars to read if they get confused. So when activated by a pedestrian, the lights on this signal will flash from yellow to red, and then when it's red, the cars will stop, come to a complete stop, and then when the pedestrians are walking across in the crosswalk, it'll be flashing red. So this tries to convey to vehicles and drivers that they definitely need to stop, warning, and it's just all about trying to increase vehicular compliance, making sure that the crosswalks are safer for our pedestrians. So speaking to the project timeline here, we plan to execute this IGA this month with City Council approval. We anticipate that this will be a quick construction project that will be fully implemented for use by next summer. So similar to the last IGA, CDOT is picking up the majority of the cost at 80%. The total budget for design and construction is roughly $400,000 on this. The city share is going to be 20%, or about $79,000. The city has adequate funding budgeted for this in the public improvement fund number that is shown on the screen there. So given that the city only needs to contribute 20% and that this project will increase pedestrian safety in downtown, staff recommends the approval of this IGA with CDOT. And are there any questions at this time?
Thank you so much, Mr. Keener, for the presentation. Mayor Pro Tem, start us off with questions.
Just a couple of questions. First of all, the concept of a traffic signal that requires instructions to drivers is a little strange to me. Is there a reason why we're not implementing a traditional signal, green, yellow, red, like would be used that drivers are already familiar with?
Yeah, that's a good question. We had talked with our traffic engineer, Jay Snyder, if you're familiar with him, about this. There's a few of these that are located in Denver. One of them is on Evans. So it takes a little bit of outreach and informing the citizens about this. So there's a little bit of a learning curve, and that's why the instructions are on the signal mast. But the instructions are pretty clear of what to do, and most drivers know that red means stop. So it's not too hard to figure out. Daily drivers along this corridor are going to pick it up really quick as well. So I don't think there's going to be much issue there, but it can cause a little bit of confusion, and it has in some cities. But that confusion, from my understanding, does not last very long as people get used to this signal.
And why would we adopt this above a more traditional style signal?
That is something I'm going to hand over to Tim Hose to discuss.
I think this is a pedestrian crossing. It's a pedestrian crossing versus a vehicular intersection, so it's a different type of signal. You wouldn't want to have a regular signal where it's just pedestrian-only crossing with vehicles. It's a little different use there. The rapid flashing beacon is one level of pedestrian crossing. This is kind of the highest level of pedestrian crossing signal you can put, but it is pedestrian-oriented, and it's a little bit different than a vehicular, four-way signal for vehicles.
And if I can add to that, probably more to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, so we follow the MUTCD, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. The entire country follows that. I do not believe a traditional signal is allowed at a crosswalk. Is that correct? Yeah.
Correct. That's what I was trying to say. The pedestrian crossing is different than a vehicular crossing. The Traffic Control Device Manual would not recommend something like that at a pedestrian crossing.
Okay, so in order to conform with nationally recognized standards, we're installing something that complies with that.
Correct.
My second question is, how will this, if at all, affect the timing of the rest of the lights on Broadway?
Yeah, so part of the design process for this hawk signal will include a study into the impacts to traffic, and we are going to look into coordinating this signal with the up and downstream signals as well, and make sure that we limit the impacts.
Great, thank you.
Member Woodward and then Member Russell.
Thank you. First question, will we be able to utilize the existing mast there?
No, the existing masts will be removed if they are in the way, and we're taking away the flashing beacons as well.
Okay, I know, well, where we have that existing stuff on there, but there's another one that used to be for banners right next to it there. I don't think we can have a banner right there anymore.
I know what you're talking about. And that is a good point, and that's something that we're going to have our selected consultant review as well, and see if that banner will still be allowed to be put in that location, or if that banner potentially the post for the banner will need to be moved somewhere else. But yeah, if the study finds that we can't keep those posts up there for the banner, then we would have to either take them down or just leave them as is.
Okay, historically, I think those used to be the masts for the first time we had lights, some 20 or 30 years ago. I don't remember when it was, but it was a long time ago. So, okay, and that's my questions. Thanks.
Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So have there been any pedestrian accidents since that signal light that we have there was put in?
So I'm not sure when that existing flashing signal was put in, but we do have police report documentations on file of, I believe, rear-end collisions, accidents within that block.
Okay. So it really, that has not been there. Maybe, I don't know if it was here when you came, City Manager Lewis. If it was already here, it had just been put up fairly recently to that. So it's not really been there that long. So, all right, thank you, I appreciate that. So just one other question, why was that the accident reports not part of the packet?
So that's something that we left out. We wanted to provide to our traffic consultant to review as part of the traffic study and see if the implementation of a hawk signal would potentially reduce the traffic incidents and accidents that we've seen at this location. So we didn't feel that it was necessary to provide those in the packet.
Well, it really is helpful to council because we do make the final decision. So in the future, it would be helpful to have that information. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, they were part of the grant application. That's how we were able to get the grant. We showed the accident history there and stuff. But yeah, we can certainly include those in the future. That's a good point.
Any further questions for council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 16?
I'll move to Council Bill 16.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Just a quick comment for me. I've been on that block plenty of times, and I've always noticed, like, near accidents. Haven't seen an accident, but it's welcome that we're finally getting a hawk lighting there. So anything to improve the safety of pedestrians in that area is greatly beneficial. So
I have a comment there.
go ahead, Member Wink.
Sorry to keep butting in, but I don't think this little hand is very visible. I also want to say that I have to go on Evans to go to my gym. And so I go through that hawk signal every day. And I remember when it was new, and I don't think I'd ever experienced driving around one. Well, one thing's for sure, without knowing what was going on, I knew I needed to stop. With all certainty. And there's a lot of traffic there on Evans certain times a day. And so there can be lots of cars. Sometimes they're taller vehicles and there's no way I'm going to see a pedestrian, but it's so effective. I'm really glad we're getting one because it's absolutely clear to slow down and or stop. So thank you for all your work on this. And I'm glad we're getting this in our little 3400 block. Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, similarly, I use the existing signal probably on average about once a week now currently. And there's been several times where I felt like I was taking my life into my own hands as I stepped out and took that leap of faith into traffic, wondering if the cars were going to stop and kind of hoping for the best. So if you're not really paying attention there, it can be hazardous.
And with that, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Have a good night. Moving on to the last agenda item for the night is the 2023 updates to the City of Inglewood Strategic Plan. We have Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd. And do we have Deputy City, or is it you filling in, City Manager?
It is I. Thank you. So you may remember in January at your retreat, the main focus of the better part of that day was looking at the strategic plan, going over sections. Some of you had already given us some feedback during one-on-ones and also just emailing as we were preparing for the retreat, your desires for the strategic plan. So we took all of your feedback from that. Subsequent to that, you all asked for a more focused presentation on sustainability, with this, which the sustainability chair came and gave, as well as our sustainability coordinator, Mel England. We've incorporated those changes as well. And so we're here just to take final feedback and see if you are ready to move for approval on the strategic plan updates. And this was an 8-page council memo, so hopefully you were able to read all of the changes from whence they came, what the old one said. Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd did a great job of laying out the process, so I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
Thank you so much. Looking through the council communication, there was just so much good work and things that I'm really excited to see, and I think it looks fantastic. One question I did just have on the sustainability piece, and this is noting that this is not my area of expertise, and so as a council, when we make decisions based on, you know, what kind of percentage changes and things we would like, it's helpful for me to have a sense of what the implications of those are. And are we putting our time and effort towards the most meaningful, impactful things, or are we kind of doing a lot of things that don't amount to something that is helpful or significant? And the direction I thought we gave at the last council meeting, we discussed this when the sustainability chair discussed, is that we actually wanted these changes to come back to council with more clarification and data from staff of how these different proposals weigh against each other and what the feasibility of each one is, knowing that the Sustainability Commission said that they, you know, had a lot of emotional energy behind some of these things, but didn't have a lot of the expertise or the data for if they were the right tools for Inglewood. So do we have any of that additional analysis from staff?
We do not, but I think the way I remember that conversation ending was that when we talked about what was a project versus explore, those were being separated out, so that we were focusing projects on ones that that the commission thought that we should be spending our time on, but maybe I'm misremembering that.
Yeah, my memory is, you know, I think one of the examples was around the improved energy efficiency in the building code. And initially they had said they wanted to improve it by 10%. They said that had just sounded like a good number to the commission. Now it's coming to us at 9%. I just am wondering, what does that mean for us? What does 9% mean, and how easy will it be for us to get there? I don't want to be pedantic, but I just was hoping for a little bit more education on some of these for myself so that I can make an informed give informed guidance. But that's okay, we don't have much time.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Anyone else? Member Woodward.
Yeah, thank you. Something I did see in this, I mean, I'm glad to see it on here too, but reduce the risk of flooding, complete a citywide small storm sewer system cleaning. And I guess I'm really feeling like, wow, that's important again this spring and summer, because we did not complete or get our street sweeping done this fall. There's lots of leaves, I think, that leaves and whatever accumulates from summer to fall on the streets and stuff that ended up in the storm drains. And especially when noticing it after the first snows and stuff, and trying to clean up, you know, as things were melting and the trash cans out, and getting out there with a shovel and a broom and trying to clean up what's coming down the street. So I think we've got to pay attention to that. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Councilmember and Mayor. Victor Rochelle, Director of Public Works. Just wanted to jump in on that real fast. So thank you for that feedback. We are actually planning to meet next week to revise our approach to street sweeping and the timing and staffing and how we're going to get that done. So don't disagree with you. Driving around, I do see a lot of areas where we had snow and ice from the events all the way back to January that has kind of cleared out, and that debris is now visible. So we're currently balancing that with potholes and utility patching, including hiring of a contractor to assist with that, who should be hitting the ground on Wednesday. But yeah, thank you for that feedback. And we are, as you know, we approved contracts beginning of the year to start that storm sewer mapping and cleaning, and that is underway.
Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And I have some concerns about this, one of the same issues that Councilmember Noonenkamp brought up is like increasing the energy efficiency 10% better than what code requires. I think that we need to be careful about making some of these changes in the energy policy because it could impact the affordability of projects moving forward. And so I would like some more feedback on staff also from that.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson.
I just weigh in on the energy efficiency thing there. I just say I don't want to put that one in there or remove any reference to any percentage because I don't think that is, I think the building code is built around energy efficiency and trying as a city to navigate the international building code and improve on its efficiency is just kind of out of our league. And I think it would be very expensive. So I'm happy to see buildings be energy efficient, but I don't want to try to get into that game.
Mayor, if I could, if one more person agrees, we'll just take that one out. That's why we're here, is to remove these things. We were expecting those to be removed during the sustainability study session, but I guess in the absence of more data, I think we should just take it out.
Well, just a question regarding that, or just a little bit more information. Are new construction builds just more energy efficient than what they're replacing in most cases, or in all cases? So.
Yeah, and you'll see the International Building Code that's coming in April, and so you'll see some of those improvements. But I think as a general rule of thumb, that buildings are becoming increasingly efficient. Yeah.
So I guess I would be in favor of removing that as well, just because new builds are more energy efficient. So that's 3. I'm not sure if there was a 4th. Did you bring it up, Member Noonenkamp, or I thought you were speaking more to just the percentage and how we're quantifying it, I guess, in a sense, right?
Certainly, I brought it up just because I think that looking at this 9% in a vacuum, I don't know what that means. I don't have any kind of metric to know is that a big change? Is that a small change? And I want us to spend our time here doing things that we know are going to be impactful and also not wildly challenging, right? And I just don't have a good sense, and I didn't get a good sense from the last conversation we had on it. I'm not opposed to it forever. If we want to have the conversation, I just need more information before I can make a decision to say, yes, this entire city is going to pursue it.
Right. No, I understand. Okay. I think, yeah, I would be in favor of just removing that, so it does sound like there's consensus there. So I guess just a comment from my end, or actually, Member Anderson, did you have anything else? No? So since we've been talking about the whole Code Nest project, how do we define affordability? I think based off all the discussions we've been having, it does seem like there's different tiers in terms of affordability. So I'm not saying I have the answer now, but obviously like a 30%, 60% AMI seems to be like one bucket, potentially 2 buckets. And then there's a attainable where it's a 80 to 120% or maybe 100 and up, somewhere around that line. I think we do need to differentiate what we're talking about in terms of affordable housing. So having separate buckets for that, and maybe that's something, I'm trying to think of her name now, from Group Policy, where she was speaking earlier.
Molly Fitzpatrick.
Molly Fitzpatrick, yeah, I couldn't think of her last name. She may have what those buckets are, so I think we do want to just understand what those may be. So just one item from me. Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Noonenkamp.
I'm going to talk briefly about solar because we have a goal here develop strategies to increase solar systems serving city properties. And we have another goal that's been pending for more than a year, certainly for the entire time I've been on council, which is in regards to the Amoresco contract. I'm not comfortable talking about increasing solar service to city buildings until we have an appropriate evaluation of the existing solar infrastructure, which I think is part of that Amoresco contract. I'd like to see what we did in the past, whether or not it's working, so that in investigating what we intend to do in the future, we can be sure to avoid making any potential mistakes to the extent that mistakes were made on the prior contract.
City Manager Luz, do you have any feedback on that, or?
Ready to take it out if with 3 more votes.
Actually, since that's the matter at hand, any feedback? Member Russell and then Member Anderson.
I think it is wise for us to take it out, especially till we would get more feedback.
Member Anderson?
I'd support removing that one for now. I'm not a, I'm not a no on solar for the city forever, but for now.
Member Woodward?
Well, I have another solar question, but I'm not in favor of taking it out yet. Can I ask my question, or do you want to still
Well, let me
keep
see if we can
polling?
get 4
Okay.
yeses on that. Anyone else want to chime in on the matter at hand?
I think you have 4.
No, we have 3 so far.
Okay, I'm okay if we remove it for now.
Okay, there's our 4th. So, anything else, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I noticed that the solar backup has been removed based on feedback from the building engineer, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
So I'm not concerned about that.
Perfect. Member Nunekamp, did you have anything, or? Go ahead, Member Nunekamp, and then
did.
Member Woodward.
On your comment about affordability, and I don't know if it needs to go in the strategic plan, but one of the things that we added coming out of our council retreat in January was this idea of a housing task force, and how do we have the right group of stakeholders to think about a plan going forward, acknowledging that code is one small part of the larger picture. And one of the recommendations that we got from Root in November was that we actually need to establish our affordability goals, right? That is something that we need to do. We need to decide how are we going to address deeply affordable, middle income, all of these different things. And so that is what I think that I would like to see that group start working on, so that we do have a shared perspective of what our affordability goals are at different diverse price points and diverse housing types. And so I think that's how we address the question that you raised.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. Member Woodward.
Yeah, going back to the solar on this building has been all removed, if I recall correctly.
I think the solar is still on this building and being used. I think it was the police station, the new police station. We were not able to put it back on that building.
Okay, and where are those panels? Are they at the service center?
Yeah, I'd have to double check and get back to you on that, Councilmember Woodward. I will say that we are starting our energy audit, and so we'll be evaluating the efficiency and some of those things around, not just solar, but other things too.
Member Russell has also asked this question in a couple of council requests, so I'll get Krista to do a quick search and get you that information in the morning.
Okay, that'd be great. And maybe just to verify if somebody's on the roof, just see if they're the panels.
I have to say, I've never been on the roof of this building, but if I remember the council requests correctly, they're still up there. Member Russell might remember better than I.
Actually, what I was going to suggest is, I do believe when we repaired the roof, and I believe that was before you came, they got taken off. I don't know whether they ever got put back on. So the roof was replaced, I think, maybe right after the flood. We'd been talking about roof replacement.
Yeah,
So I'm not
right around
positive.
that time. Sounds right.
Would now be a good time for me to note this is a very good reason for us to evaluate the Amoresco contract, because it will tell us exactly what assets we have and how compliant we are with the contract terms.
Is this proving your point?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's something that those panels, hopefully, if they're not being utilized, we find some way to utilize them. And with regard to the police building, don't the parking that they have that's enclosed, isn't there some type of cover on each row or something? It'd be interesting. I know Kaiser down at Hawley and Arapahoe Road, all of their parking places on the west side have these covers over each row with with solar on top of them. And I mean, they're getting getting a minimum of lighting and that sort of thing out of that solar. But those solar panels, you know, we should be utilizing. I mean, they're getting outdated as far as, I'm sure there's stuff that's more efficient. But in any event, I think we ought to be doing something. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I think at some point I would be interested in looking at solar gardens. I'm not sure if we're at that point at the moment, but so I'm not opposed to looking at it from the city's perspective in the future. Any other comments, questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the 2023 updates to the City of Inglewood strategic plan?
I move to approve the updates to the strategic plan as amended.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonencamp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonencamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. And now moving on to agenda item 8, it's Mayor's Choice. One item I do want to bring up, obviously next week is going to be the first reading of the Sam's Automotive PUD. Obviously we've been having some late sessions here in the recent past. There is concern that we may have another long night on Monday night. So I guess the reason for this item is just to see if anyone is willing to have a second meeting, a special meeting after the 21st in order to finish up any items that we're not able to get to on the 21st. I can see a situation, at least the way that I'm kind of thinking about it, I can see a situation where we do have a lot of public comment getting to the point where we're eventually voting on the PUD sometime after 10 o'clock, maybe at that. So I just don't want us to put us in a situation where we're trying to vote on something, you know, past the late hours. So just want to get feedback from council if they're willing to meet on a separate date on the week of the 21st. Mayor Pro Tem.
I appreciate you bringing this item forward, Mayor. This is one of the things that we discussed during Mayor Manager earlier this week. That agenda is very dense. It is packed with exceptionally important things. And I think everyone knows that we do not do our best work after 10 o'clock. So while I don't relish the possibility of doing this work 2 nights a week instead of just 1 night a week, I think in order for us to turn in our best work, it is in everyone's best interest for us to bite the bullet and take a second night and get it done. Because a lot of this stuff is time sensitive, and it's important that it comes forward next week. But I want to make sure that we honor the importance of what is coming forward and do our best work for the people of Inglewood.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Can we, how does this work? Do we have to separate it out into 2 agendas and assign certain things to Monday? Or can we just put it all on one agenda and post a meeting and continue the council meeting to a second night? Sarah?
City Clerk, are you able to speak to that? City Clerk McKinnon?
The one thing would be publications for council bills and ordinances, because we have to have those published within a certain time. So for next week's meeting, we could probably, I mean, maybe if you don't move the council bills and ordinances and then can move other items to the next meeting, there wouldn't be a problem with that. It's the posting for publications for those other items, though. And right now, it looks like we have, 7 items that aren't on consent and everything else is on consent.
I guess the other item that I should mention here is that we have a pretty packed agenda and study session on the 27th of this month. So the 27th is looking pretty busy. That's the reason for the ask for the week of we're starting on the 21st, which would be the Tuesday. Member Noonan-Camp.
I don't have a strong opinion here. I can make it work depending on what day. I do like Member Anderson's point, is there a way to have like a rollover option or something to another day? Because if we're able to get it done in one night, is always my preference. One of my bigger concerns is I'm hesitant to have a council meeting on a day that is not regular, and then for the public engagement piece, for folks who don't realize that we're meeting now on a Wednesday or, whatever day it is. I don't like us doing things that are out of the norms, because I think it can be confusing for the public who are trying to engage. But if we have to do it, I'm open to it.
Member Woodward.
Let's see, we're going to have the public hearing as the first ordinance that's coming up, I would assume. So the public comment and that ordinance after consent agenda and the other items would come up if we got through that for sure. I mean, on Monday evening, and had a note that we would continue the meeting at some point after 11 o'clock to the following evening. Is that enough as far as notice?
You would need 24-hour notice. So if we had the meeting Monday, I would think Wednesday. I don't think Tuesday would work for that, because we need to notice the public.
But we can't notify them within the original notice? I mean, as part of the actual agenda and the notification?
I'm going to refer to the Assistant City Attorney.
I'm looking into this right now. I'll circle back.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something to add, or?
I'll defer to the city attorney. I have an opinion on the question, but
Okay.
yeah. Can I go over some of the items scheduled for discussion that council members might not be familiar
if you
with?
wouldn't mind.
And this might be helpful. This is one of the reasons why I think this is going to be a very dense agenda. Our study session item is city center redevelopment concept plans. Then we have a resolution to establish the council meeting dates for July. We have a ground lease at eMurph properties. We have board and commission member appointment recognition, which, council members may know does take some time for us to do. City ditch piping project, a Big Dry Creek diversion project. Let me see as I'm going through this. Sean, you can stop me if I get any of these wrong. A professional services agreement with Hazen and Sawyer for copper and lead reduction. Dartmouth Bridge widening discussion item. Do I need to continue? I mean, this is a very dense, very important agenda that is coming forward, and I've gotten about halfway through it.
Point of information, could we postpone the study session item?
Within the notes, it states it's not flexible.
Correct, and I'll note that in our discussion on Wednesday, I moved everything that could be moved to tonight, which is why tonight is a special meeting.
Member Noonan-Camp?
I actually like Member Russell's suggestion. Is it possible just to move it to later in the week? Like we have a study session on Thursday or something, and start the regular meeting earlier on Monday? I don't know if that frees up enough time.
I guess my preference, just thinking about it, I wasn't there for the mayor-manager meetings last week. My preference would be to keep the study session item, because it limits us to an hour, and then moving into the regular meeting. My concern is if we were to move that item, we would have an hour per study session, and then all the subsequent items that we're voting on. So I think the second night would turn into a longer night based off that structure.
Okay, well, I will renew my stance that I'm available to do a second night if we need to.
I was going to say, in terms of scheduling for next week, I am available Wednesday and Thursday of next week if Tuesday's not available. So, Member Anderson, your light's on, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I can do Wednesday or Thursday.
Mayor Pro Tem,
See the city attorney, are you ready?
go ahead, City Attorney.
Yeah, so going back to city council policies, B, meetings open public, sub 3, regular meetings. Regular meetings of the city council shall be held in the city hall on the first and third Mondays of each month at the time designated by city council or at such other time that and day as city council may from time to time designate. Provided, however, that when the day is fixed for a regular meeting falls upon a day designated by the city council or law goes into the, going to the next day for a holiday. So it does appear per policy that if you all agree, you can change the date.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
There's an element here at work also related to the Colorado Sunshine Law. And it's widely believed that we have to notice meetings 24 hours ahead of time, although there is a provision in the Sunshine Law which allows for extenuating circumstances. So we could notice on that night, if the clerk's office is able to, the remaining items for the next night. And typically, if we just put a caveat on the notice that says, you know, at such and such time, the meeting will be continued to the next date with remaining agenda items to be handled, then we could do that. I also wanted to respond to the suggestion that we move the study session item. I think that would more strongly deviate from our regular procedure than carrying over to a second day would. We've trained the members of the public to show up generally at 7 o'clock to give public comment. And if we continuously move the meetings to 6 o'clock, I think it causes more confusion than it resolves.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell.
I agree with that assessment. What I would like to do, though, is go ahead with the meeting, and after it gets late, then continue it to whether it's Wednesday or, I really don't want to continue it, but if we could get it done, that's why I don't necessarily want to divide it up beforehand.
I'm in agreement with that. Try to get everything done that night, whatever we can't, then we'll have a second session. I guess, honestly, or the way that I'm kind of thinking about it is like, I would want the day off on Tuesday and then come back on Wednesday and begin again. So give me that day off on Tuesday. If we're open on Wednesday, let's just choose as Wednesday if that's going to be the best day. But go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
Well, I wanted to weigh in because I know several members said that they were free Wednesday or Thursday. I do have a preference for Thursday that week if that's possible.
Okay, perfect. I could do a Thursday night, but anybody opposed to Thursday night?
I'm opposed. I have something going Thursday evening, so I would
Mayor.
prefer.
Go ahead, Member Wink.
We're talking about next week, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm gonna be I sent you that email. I'll be out of town for work the whole week.
Okay, the whole week. Okay.
I'm back on Friday.
Will you be online for the Monday meeting?
I'm trying to. There's some thing scheduled Monday night, and I'm trying to see if I can skip it and actually get on my computer. So it's doubtful at this moment. There is something scheduled that I'm supposed to attend, but and I'm not talking about some stupid dinner or anything. Something actually serious. So, but I'm trying to negotiate it.
No, it's okay. Wink. But it sounds like we have 6 for either Wednesday or Thursday. So is there a preference for whatever night on next week? I think my preference would be Wednesday instead of Thursday.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Member Russell.
What about boards and commissions next week? What meets next week?
Is it only Code Enforcement Advisory or are they this week? And then Budget Advisory, I think, meets next week on Tuesday.
Mayor, we have Code Enforcement and Historic Preservation on the 15th, and on the 16th, there's no board meetings.
No, next week. So what about the 20?
Oh, jeez, sorry. 22nd.
22nd is only Budget Advisory,
We have
right?
nothing Wednesday night, and nothing, what's the Inglewood McClellan the reservoir foundation, but
Okay.
You do have EDDA, Mayor, at 4:30, but it's not nighttime, but it's at 4:30 on Wednesday, the 22nd.
And we usually cut out right around 6 o'clock anyway, so, okay. Wednesday night is preferable on my side. Perfect, all right, so we'll try to get through as many agenda items next Monday night, and then if we need to schedule another one, it'll be on Wednesday night. Let me see. So real quick, so I am going to have a town hall this coming Thursday at the Malley Center. Thursday night, 6 p.m. Still planning on making it. I know I've been fighting this thing for a few days now. If I get worse, then I'll let everybody know. But I think I seem to be getting a little bit better as the night goes on. I also want to publicly congratulate the new director of the chamber, Lindsay Runyon, for removing the interim tax. She's done a fantastic job. She's done a fantastic job here in the city over the few years that I've gotten to know her. I think she'll do a great job as the new new executive director of the chamber. So very happy with her and happy for her and happy for the decision that was made to appoint her in that position. And I believe that may be it. I do have something with ETAC met last week, but I can save that for next week, I believe. If that makes sense. But we'll find time to talk about it on Wednesday night. But anyone else have anything for council members' choice? Member Noonekamp.
I'll be quick. I will just say that the library is open. The library opened today after completing our cleaning. We were first library board back in the library tomorrow evening. Hope folks come back to the library and see all the improvements. Thank you so much.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I have a couple of things that I would like to do for a study session. I mean, I thought of this probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and somebody just brought it up to me again, talking about the train derailment in East Palestine. And so I think it might be good for us to look at an emergency plan with our person from the county to discuss what if there was a train derailment here and what we would do. Or even, perhaps some other things that we haven't really seen in the past. Then also, I had asked last week about talking about returning to in-person meetings, but we needed consensus to do that. So can we get consensus for that?
I could bring those both up now. So let's start with the in-person meetings if there's consensus to bring that forward. I know that we've gotten a couple of council requests and we kind of talked about the reasons why we're not doing it, but do we want to have a study session on in-person meetings for P&Z? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Support.
Member Noonekamp?
I prefer to keep them hybrid, so I probably wouldn't bring this forward. I think that it helps with reaching quorum. And in the world we live in now, I think so many people are engaging things in a hybrid fashion. I know for myself personally, as I sometimes have to travel for work, I don't want to miss a meeting. The ability to engage online under necessary circumstances ensures that we actually have full participation. So I support keeping it hybrid and not changing.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Just as point of clarification, they're not doing hybrid, are they? Is it all online? I believe it's only all online, and I think part of the reason is the cost of the YouTube feed, right? And security. There's a cost component to the reason why they're not in person.
This is P&Z.
P&Z, yes.
I'm sorry, and my understanding last week was that Member Russell was also talking about City Council.
I was talking about City Council also, but that isn't the only thing. It was mostly P&Z.
Okay.
Okay. Member Anderson, go ahead.
I am interested in seeing P&Z go back into in-person if possible with a hybrid option. So I'd be happy to discuss that, but I think we did come up with a policy at some point that hybrid was acceptable. We have several other commissions that are still meeting virtually. I think it would be good for those to meet in general in person. with a hybrid option as well. So I'd like to discuss it.
Perfect. Member Wink.
Thanks, Mayor. I do not support the need to come together, I think, for a study session on the topic at all. Let's try to remember that many of our board and commission members came forward and agreed to commit to the city with the understanding, the explicit understanding that the meetings would be hybrid, the requirement would be hybrid at the most. And so discussing forcing everyone to return to an in-person only scenario it does go back on sort of the state of the world today, but it's not sort of the contract that we agreed on with our members. And I think we're really moving into a space where we're going to struggle with recruitment, certainly struggle with maintaining quorum and having people remain in their positions if we're going back on our agreement on this topic. So no study session for me. Let's have it be hybrid. Or, yeah.
Thank you, Member Wink. Member Woodward?
I would prefer that it was in person. However, having the choice for hybrid, but having a preference that they show up in person.
So I think that's for at least to have the discussion. So we will bring that up as a study session item. And it would be good for the members of the public to hear the reasoning behind that. So whichever way we decide to vote that or move forward that evening. And then regarding the train derailment, actually this came up a couple years ago when members of the public were asking us about what, if any, hazardous materials are being transported through our city, and the answer was yes. So do we have, I know that we discussed it as part of the emergency management briefly, but do members of council want to have somebody from the county speak to that as well? Member Russell, obviously I know you're a yes. Anyone else want to weigh in?
Mayor, can I add a point of information? We do have plans for that, and we also last year did a whole day exercise on train derailment. So I think we have really excellent plans with regard to that. So we're glad to provide those to council as needed.
Thank you very much, City Manager Lewis. Go ahead, Member Noonenkamp.
Acknowledging how busy and full the agenda seems over the next few weeks, if we already have the plan, I would welcome that maybe as a council request that we can review, but would not see the need for a study session at this point, knowing that there are other more timely items.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Anyone else want to chime in? Anyone? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I'm in agreement with Member Noonenkamp.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I think I would be in favor of just seeing what the plan is as well, and then disseminate that information to members of the public, or if there's a need for us to bring it forward in a study session. Anyone else want to chime in that may differ with three of us so far? Don't see anyone differing, but anything else, Member Russell?
I have one more thing. Mr. Kozak requested that City Council do 3 studies. He did this a couple of months ago, and then it came up again last week. Before anything else gets approved, he asked for a traffic study, an air quality study, and a noise quality study. So, I mean, I don't know that we have to have a study session on that, but perhaps we need to move forward with an agenda item on that as well.
Thank you. Is that specific to just the PUD, Member Russell? I believe it was specific to the PUD.
It's, it could have been specific to the PUD that's coming up, but also I think these things were requested before. So, because we have approved a lot of things along that corridor down there, and that a lot of the same traffic study gets used. And those are really paid for the developer. Is that correct, City Manager? The traffic studies that have been done down there, are they paid for by the developer?
Yes, Councilmember, the developer does hire a traffic study. Traditionally, what they do is they take data And they also should be looking at studies done in the area, and they grow the traffic volumes by a growth rate based on growth in the area to try and account for, small or other developments in the area, so that they should be building on each other in their analysis. But it is a consultant, and the city staff do review it for consistency to make sure it meets city standard.
Okay, but I just want to reiterate that, we've been asked to do that, and we should consider it. So, and just along that lines, I do have one more council request that I probably should have asked last week. He did say that there was a promise, I don't know who it was by, to build a 10-foot noise control fence, and it never got built. Is there any way that we can find out about that? He said, I think he said it was 10 years ago.
Was this a resident who made that claim?
Yes. Well, and actually, it was Mr. Kozak. He was on council in the past, and they did a noise quality study down there.
I think it was CDOT going back to years back, much more than 10 years ago, back to when they did the wall and the train, or I think, did we always have a bridge there? I don't think we did. I think we used to have.
At Oxford?
Yeah. I think we used to have the things that come down and warn you to stop.
The train used to go across the road there.
Right.
Yes, that's.
And I think that's when that happened, and when the wall was built outside, if you look at the wall on Santa Fe that curves into the exit, I'm guessing that's what CDOT agreed to put up, which is probably 10 or 12 feet.
Okay. Well, and we can ask him, so. All right, that is, and actually, I would like a water and sewer board report from the council liaisons. It doesn't have to be tonight or doesn't have to be next week, but we should get those, so.
Is that coming up tomorrow?
Yes.
Water and sewers tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect, yeah. So
All right.
we'll give one Monday night.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Member Woodward?
Yeah, just to add on to the COSAC requests, have we gotten any further information on relocating the what I would call the exit from the rec center, which is on the far west side on Oxford, to east of the center? I think we talked about that in a meeting.
Yes,
City
Councilmember,
manager.
we did talk about that. It's come up, or I believe a resident brought it up. There's some issues with the turning movements and some sight distance, and there's an interesting island configuration there. So we're continuing to look at options to see if we can relocate that further to the east to try and eliminate those conflict points.
Yeah, I don't think we can move it where he thought would be good, which is right in the middle where the sign is, the entryway. It's got to go further to the east, I think.
Right, and then you got to balance that with the next intersection over, so.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure something was happening.
Still on the radar, yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Anything else from members of council? Moving on to the city manager's report.
Well, my report was going to be the library, so thank you, Member Noonan-Camp, for mentioning that. I will just add that Victor and his team just did an exceptional job from a facility standpoint. Our library staff continue to work, coming into work, and performing really a lot of kind of backlog things that needed to be done in the library. And then I'm going to give special thanks to Christina Underhill, who really spearheaded the public response in hand with communications. I don't know if some of you got it on Saturday. It was not supposed to be in your mailbox quite that early because we put it in the mailbox on Friday, expecting it to hit mailboxes today, but it was a postcard saying what happened with the library. When we were reopening, it said we're now open. So hopefully not many people, except for one of our communications people, got that in the mail on Saturday. But we are proud to have really tried to communicate with the public throughout this event. And again, thanks to the facilities team, the parks team, parks leadership team, the library team, and our communications team for all their good work on that. Thank you.
Yeah, you all did a fantastic job on that, so thank you very much. Anything else, City Manager? All right, with that, we're now adjourned. Everyone, we'll see you next Monday night. Have a good evening.